हमारा 75 years of the glorious history that includes struggle, sacrifice and achievements. फेडरेशन थीम सॉन्ग से लेकर डॉक्यूमेंट्री फिल्म that includes the lives and contributions of our past leaders, then felicitation program of our ex-office bearers, and then the vibrant cultural program. All these truly made yesterday a special, emotional, and historic. Comrades, कल का दिन सेलिब्रेशन और प्राउड मोमेंट से भरा हुआ था और आज का दिन होगा इंटरैक्शन, लर्निंग एंड इंस्पायरिंग डिस्कशन के नाम।
गुड मॉर्निंग कॉमरेड्स। कल सेलिब्रेशन का मेन पार्ट था। कल काफ़ी जो है अपने यात्रा को, जो 75 वर्षों की यात्रा है फेडरेशन की, उस ग्लोरी को, उस लिगेसी को, उस लीडरशिप को हमने यहाँ सेलिब्रेट किया। अपने फेडरेशन के ऑफिस बेरर्स, ईसी मेंबर्स, जो हमारे पुरोधा रहे हैं, जिन्होंने इस वटवृक्ष को लगाने में अपने जीवन का, अपने सुखों का त्याग किया, उनको कल हमने यहाँ सम्मानित होते हुए देखा। हमने डॉक्यूमेंट्री के माध्यम से सिंस इंसेप्शन, जब से बना फेडरेशन, हमने वो भी देखा कि किस तरीके से बहुत सारे हमारे आज जो चेहरे पुराने लग रहे हैं, जो हमारे बीच हैं, आज भी चमक रहे हैं, उनको हमने उनके युवा दिनों से, उनके जवानी के दिनों से देखा। अपने अंदर भी एक ऊर्जा और जोश का संचार हुआ कि कितनी जो है शिद्दत से सबने अपने जीवन में अपने कैरियर को छोड़ करके और इस फेडरेशन को इतना बृहद बनाया है। शाम को बहुत अच्छा सांस्कृतिक कार्यक्रम भी हुआ। कुछ साथी उसका आनंद नहीं ले पाए थे, तो सिर्फ हमारे वाक्य के माध्यम से जान लें कि बहुत अच्छा प्रोग्राम हुआ, जिसमें हमने अपने प्लेटिनम जुबली को अपने साथियों के बीच में, साथियों के द्वारा एंजॉय किया गया। आज का जो सेशन है वो एजुकेटिव सेशन होने वाला है, क्योंकि एंजॉयमेंट एक पार्ट हो गया, साथ में होता है कि एक काम पूरा, फिर से हमें आगे की यात्रा पे लग जाना है और ज्ञान जो है उसका कोई अल्टरनेटिव नहीं है। तो आज हमारे बीच काफ़ी ही अच्छे लर्नेड वक्ता उपस्थित हैं, जिनकी बातों को आप सुनेंगे, जिनसे आपको बहुत कुछ सीखने को मिलेगा। वो आपकी बैंकिंग के बारे में हो, सर्विस कंडीशंस के बारे में हो, लेबर लॉज के बारे में हो, या जो पॉलिटिकल सिनेरियो चल रहा है उसमें ट्रेड यूनियन फिलॉसफी के बारे में हो, वो सब कुछ के बारे में आज आपको जानकारी मिलेगी। तो आप पूरी तन्मयता के साथ, ये नहीं कि इधर शुरू हो और आप उधर निकलना शुरू हो। आप अगर जो है चीज़ों में साथ में बीच में इंटरैक्टिव सेशन भी होगा, सवाल जवाब के भी दौर आएंगे, तो आप अगर सुनेंगे तभी आप कुछ सवाल कर पाएंगे। Today's sessions promise to be enriching and deeply inspiring, as we are honored to have eminent personalities and respected intellectuals with us. Comrades, today's session is not only about listening, but also about interaction, exchange of ideas, and collective learning. Today is not only about celebration, it is also about ideas, interaction, learning, and strengthening the vision of our movement for the future. So let us begin the second day with the same enthusiasm, warmth, and comradeship spirit. And now, comrades, to formally commence the second day program of this Platinum Jubilee celebration, आप लोगों की जोरदार तालियों के बीच may I respectfully invite our leaders and distinguished guests to join us on the dais. आपकी जोरदार तालियों के बीच मैं आमंत्रित करता हूं आज की इस बैठक, इस कार्यक्रम की अध्यक्षता करने के लिए हमारे फेडरेशन के अध्यक्ष कॉमरेड एम परेरा। जोरदार तालियों के बीच हम उनको आमंत्रित करते हैं, वो आएँ एवं मंच पर अपना स्थान ग्रहण करें। कॉमरेड मैक्सी परेरा। तालियां जोरदार होनी चाहिए साथियों। इसी कड़ी को आगे बढ़ाते हुए फेडरेशन के वर्किंग प्रेसिडेंट को मैं आमंत्रित करता हूं, कॉमरेड सुरेश बोबाटे जी। आपकी जोरदार तालियों के बीच मैं इनवाइट करता हूं, वो आएँ और मंच पर अपना स्थान ग्रहण करें।
Comrades, now it's our proud privilege to invite a distinguished economist, eminent intellectual, and renowned thinker whose ideas and writings have inspired generations across the country, Professor Prabhat Patnaik. I request Professor Prabhat Patnaik to kindly adorn the dais with his presence. And I request Comrade Praveen Bhatti, Assistant General Secretary, and Sachin Sankar, Assistant General Secretary, to escort. May I now request, respectfully, I invite the eminent jurist, noted human rights advocate, respected thinker, and a strong voice for social justice and equality, Justice K. Chandru, to kindly grace the dais. And I request Comrade Reynold Christian, Assistant General Secretary, and Comrade Siris Rane, Deputy General Secretary of Federation, to kindly escort him to the dais. Comrades, now it's time to invite our beloved General Secretary, Comrade Dinesh Jha. I request Comrade Dinesh Jha ji to kindly adorn the dais with his gracious presence.
Now I request our General Secretary, Comrade Dinesh Jha, to felicitate Professor Prabhat Patnaik.
As a token of our respect and warm hospitality, now I request Comrade Maxi Pereira, President, Federation of Bank of India Staff Union, to felicitate Justice K. Chandra with bouquet and shawl. Now we move towards the formal introduction of our eminent personalities and respected guests, whose presence today adds immense value and inspiration to this Platinum Jubilee celebration. Now, comrades, may I request Comrade C.P. Chandrasekharan, Vice President of Federation, to kindly introduce Professor Prabhat Patnaik.
Good morning, comrades. Today, Comrade Prabhat Patnaik is going to deliver his lecture. And just I would like to give an intro. Comrade Prabhat Patnaik, born in 19 September 1945, now he is 81, is an Indian Marxian economy and a political commentator. He taught at the Center of Economic Studies and Planning in the School of Social Sciences at Jawaharlal Nehru University in New Delhi from 1974 until his retirement in 2010. He was Vice Chairman of Kerala State Planning Board from June 2006 to May 2011. In 2012, Comrade Prabhat was awarded Honorary Doctor of Science and Economics from the School of Oriental and African Studies at University of London. He also delivered the prestigious Professor Baidyanath Mishra Endowment Lecture of the Orissa Economic Association in 2012. He has been selected for 2022 Malcolm Adiseshiya Award for his contribution to development studies as outstanding economist. Comrade Patnaik joined the Faculty of Economics and Politics in the University of Cambridge, UK in 1969 and was elected a Fellow of Clare College, Cambridge in 1974, he returned to India as an associate professor and at the newly established Center for Economic Studies and Planning, CSSEP, at the Jawaharlal Nehru University, JNU, Delhi. He became the professor at the center in 1983 and taught there till his retirement in 2010. At the time of retirement, he held Sukumai Chakrabarti Chair on Planning and Development of the Center for Economic Studies and Planning. His specialization is macroeconomics and political economy, areas in which he has written number of books and articles. Some of the books include Time, Inflation and Growth in 1988, Economics and Egalitarianism in 1990, Whatever Happened in Imperialism and Other Essays in 1995, Accumulation and Stability Under Capitalism in 1997, The Retreat to Unfreedom in 2003, The Value of Money in 2008, and Re-Envisioning Socialism in 2011. He is the editor of the journal Social Scientist. He married to Marxist economist Professor Utsa Patnaik. He was part of the 4-member high-power task force of the United Nations to recommend reform measures for global financial system chaired by Joseph Stiglitz. The other members were Belgium Socialist Franco Herdert and Equator Minister for Economic Policy and Mr. Petro Bess. Likewise, our comrade has come all the way. He has been, in fact, day before yesterday, he was in Trivandrum to address the gazetted officers meeting there, their conference. After that, from last night he started and he came over here at 11 o'clock, 11:30 he came down and almost 1 o'clock we reached here. Again today, after finishing, he has to go to Delhi. With so much of tight program at this age, we are really proud that Comrade Patnaik is with us, and we request you to give a very big hand for him. And I request him to sit and address, because I do not want him to stand all the way, because so that he will be in a better position to have his physical convenience. Is it the guy?
Thank you. That's fine. Thank you very much, comrades. It's a privilege for me that I have been asked to come and speak to you. I have a very old relationship with AIBEA, and I was, yes, which really goes back a very, very long way. So it's really a pleasure for me to renew that relationship by coming here. As you all know, at the moment, the Indian economy is in a very deep economic crisis. In fact, this is something which is admitted even by the government's own economists. Today's Indian Express carries an article by an official Indian government economist, which actually says that the BJP wins elections but is losing the economy. Now, the attempt, however, on the part of this economist and many others is really to put the blame for the economic crisis entirely on the BJP. Now, I don't like the BJP, but I think that is a facile reading of the situation. I think the crisis is much more deeply structural. It's to do with the nature of the economic policy regime that the country has adopted. In particular, it's a crisis related to the crisis of neoliberal capitalism. I believe neoliberal capitalism is currently facing a very serious crisis, and what we are seeing in India is not just a reflection of it, but what is more, what the Americans are doing to get out of the crisis of neoliberal capitalism by exporting the crisis to countries like India. So it is a combination of both American skullduggery as well as the fact that neoliberal capitalism is facing a crisis which is going to affect all of us. In order to see why this is so, let me just go back a little. By neoliberal capitalism, I mean capitalism in that phase of its life where it has relatively unrestricted trade and capital flows, including financial flows across country borders. This was not always the case. Many of you who are very young may imagine that this has always been the case, but this wasn't always the case. In fact, for a very long time, in capitalism, you had very strict, not only trade controls, even in advanced capitalist countries, but you also had capital controls. There were very strict controls on the movement of capital, including, above all, finance. And the reason why they had these controls over financial flows will become clearer as I go along. Now, this particular neoliberal regime of relatively free financial and capital flows, relatively free trade flows, came into being in different countries of the world at different times. It came into being in Europe, let us say, in the very late 60s and early 1970s. It came into being in Latin America and Africa a bit earlier. It came into being in India in the proper sense of the term only in 1991. We all know this as economic liberalization, the system of reforms, and so on. Now, the neoliberal phase meant a massive attack on the working class all over the world. And the reason it meant an attack is the following. If capital can move around globally, it is here in one country today, it can leave tomorrow to some other country for investment or for financial investment. If capital is globally mobile, but workers everywhere are organized essentially along national lines. We have, let us say, an All India Bank Employees Association and so on. So that, when the working class is organized along national lines, capital is now globally mobile under neoliberalism. And therefore, capital can pit the workers of one country against those of another. In advanced capitalist countries, suppose, for instance, American workers go on a strike demanding higher wages, then American capital in that particular branch can easily say and does say that, okay, you are demanding higher wages, then I'm going to locate my plant to Indonesia, or I'm going to locate my plant to Malaysia. Therefore, you have a situation where the trade union strength of workers goes down greatly. Advanced capitalist country workers now have to compete against the much lower paid workers of the global south in order to ensure that capital does not leave their shores, and therefore they are not left high and dry in extreme unemployment. Now, this has weakened the bargaining strength of workers in the global north. As a matter of fact, an American economist called Joseph Stiglitz has made a calculation according to which the average real wage of a male American worker in 2011 was marginally lower than in 1968. From this you can imagine, obviously it had gone up in between but has come down, so you can imagine from this the kind of attack which globalization has meant, or this neoliberal capitalism, which is basically the capitalism in the phase of so-called globalization, has really meant as far as the workers of the global north are concerned. Now, in the global south, of course, it is not only the weakening of the trade union strength, but what is more, there's an additional factor, namely, you have huge labor reserves from the colonial times which are here. Because of the huge labor reserves, wages are more or less at a subsistence level. If you have large numbers of unemployed, underemployed, semi-employed population, in that case, naturally, wages tend to be at a subsistence level. Now, you would have thought that with capital coming from the global north to relocate to the global south, this would disappear, that the labor reserves of the south would disappear, but that is not the case. As a matter of fact, once I was in a meeting of trade unionists in Barcelona, and that meeting, I was talking about unemployment in India. They looked very puzzled. They were all kind of trade union people. They looked puzzled. They said, how can you have unemployment in India? We have unemployment here because our capital is going to India. So if we have unemployment here, you should not be having unemployment there. Your unemployment should be disappearing. As a matter of fact, that does not happen. The reason it does not happen is because, again, in the system of globalized capitalism, this neoliberal capitalism, you have intense competition for the export market between different capitals. If that is the case, then each capital tries to introduce as far as possible, as quickly as possible, new methods of production, new processes, new products, and so on. Therefore, labor productivity growth rate tends to go up. In the phase of neoliberal capitalism, the rate of growth of labor productivity in a country like India has increased quite significantly. Now, since the rate of growth of employment, algebraically, mathematically, is just the difference between the rate of growth of output and the rate of growth of labor productivity, even if output has gone up at a faster rate in the neoliberal period, that is what governments claim, let us accept that that claim is valid. In that case, since labor productivity growth has also gone up very rapidly, employment growth has not. As a matter of fact, employment growth in the neoliberal period is likely to have been lower than employment growth in the pre-neoliberal period, the period in which there was controlled growth of capitalism in the country. So much so that the rate of growth of employment might even be lower now than the rate of growth of the workforce, which is why unemployment is increasing, and we can all see the political fallout of this increase in unemployment in terms of youth dissatisfaction, in terms of disillusionment with the kind of economic strategy that we have been having among younger people, among educated people. Therefore, everywhere in the world, in the global north because of the weakening of trade unions, in the global south because of the non-vanishing of the huge labor reserves, you actually have real wages not rising. China is an exception to this, where real wages have risen, but that's because in China, the government has dictated an increase in real wage. So the point is that all over the capitalist world, you do not have a rise in real wages, even as labor productivity rises. If labor productivity rises and real wages don't rise, then the surplus rises. Therefore, the share of surplus rises in output, and this is true not only within countries, this is true also at the global level. Effectively, therefore, there is a shift of income distribution from the working people to those who live off the economic surplus. Now, if you give a rupee to a person who is a working person, in that case, that person would more or less spend the entire rupee on his or her consumption, because they are at such low levels of income and consumption. But if you give the same rupee to a rich man, the rich man is going to probably spend about 50 paise out of it, keep the remaining 50 paise in the pocket, saying, I'll spend it later. This spending it later is what economists call savings. Therefore, the rich man would actually save a proportion of the income and consume only a certain proportion. Therefore, every such income redistribution from the working people to the rich, from the working people to those who live off the surplus, is one which actually tends to lower consumption demand. Because it lowers consumption demand, it lowers aggregate demand. Because it lowers aggregate demand, output that is producible does not get produced, and therefore you have a slowing down of the growth rate of the world economy, of individual economies, and therefore there's a rise in unemployment. This is what sometimes is referred to as a crisis of overproduction. Not overproduction relative to requirements, but overproduction relative to people's demand, because demand is suppressed because of adverse income distribution shifts. Now, this is something which the world economy has been moving towards and has moved into, because of which the period from 2010, the decade from 2010 to 2020, I'm deliberately looking at a period before the pandemic struck. The decade from 2010 to 2020 saw the lowest rate of growth of the world economy compared to every decade since the Second World War. Therefore, there is a move towards a stagnation which arises for this reason. And of course, this affects all countries, including the advanced capitalist countries, and it affects the United States as well. There's a second factor which is also affecting the United States, which not many people talk about, so I'd like to bring it to your notice. In the old days of colonialism, you see, every leading capitalist country, whether it is Britain in its time, whether it is the United States in the post-Second World War period, generally has a lot of, the leader of the capitalist world has a lot of duties to perform. One such duty is that it must preside over a spreading of capitalism across the globe. In order to do that, it tends to absorb the goods produced by these areas to which capitalism is spreading. Britain, for instance, was the leader of the capitalist world at a time when capitalism was spreading to the United States, Australia, continental Europe, Canada, New Zealand, and so on. And therefore, in order to allow this spread, Britain had to absorb the goods that were being newly exported by these countries. So it had a current account balance of payments deficit vis-a-vis the non-colonial world. Likewise, the leading capitalist countries has to defend the system, for which it needs to have a global military presence. and that requires expenditure. Therefore, that is another reason why it has a current account deficit on the balance of payments. Therefore, the leading capitalist country of the world invariably has a current account balance of payments for these reasons vis-a-vis the non-colonial world. In the case of Britain, it didn't matter because Britain took away a whole lot of India's economic surplus, which our nationalist writers had referred to as the drain of wealth. You may remember the drain of wealth that Dadabhai Nauroji had written about. That drain, together with British exports of textiles to India, financed the current account deficit that Britain had vis-a-vis the non-colonial world. So because they had colonies, they actually could manage not only to finance their deficit vis-a-vis the non-colonial world, but even to actually make capital exports. In other words, what they took from the colonies was larger than what their current account deficit vis-a-vis the non-colonial world was. So Britain was comfortably placed. Now, the United States, which is the post-war leader of the capitalist world, does not have any colonies. It is the post-war leader of the capitalist world at a time when decolonization has been the rule, because of which decolonization, not only political decolonization, but also economic decolonization. Because of this, the United States cannot drain away surplus from countries like India or Ethiopia or whatever, the way that Britain used to do. And therefore, the United States, by being the leader of the capitalist world, has also become a debtor. Today, it is the world's most indebted country. So we actually have this bizarre situation where the most powerful country in the capitalist world is also the most indebted country in the capitalist world. It has the largest amount of debt relative to GDP. Now, if that is the case, it normally you would say it should not matter, because after all, the United States has a currency, the dollar, which everybody generally, the world's rich want to get hold of dollars and hold their wealth in the form of dollars or dollar-denominated assets. And therefore, there is a lot of dollars, so the United States can print IOUs in the form of dollars. And with that, it can actually incur its debt, but no systemic challenge to it. But of course, if this goes on happening, and you have trillions of dollars sloshing around the world, then a danger begins to arise, a danger begins to lurk. Part of that danger, which everybody has talked about quite a lot, openly in the press, is that people might wish to shift from dollars to some other currency. They may wish to shift from the US dollar to yuan. If that happens, then of course the value of the dollar would collapse, and when the value of the dollar would collapse, then of course the US would become a bankrupt country because its debt would in fact skyrocket. But then most people say that no other currency is as important at present as the dollar is. Therefore, this is a remote danger. It's not something which immediately should worry the United States. But on the other hand, there is something which is less talked about, namely people might wish to move not from dollars to some other currency, but from dollars to some other commodities. They may, for instance, wish to move from dollars to oil. Suppose for some reason oil prices start rising, and if oil prices start rising, people might expect that, look, oil prices are going to rise for some time, and therefore let us move from dollars to oil, because then that would be a very sensible move for somebody who wishes to maximize the value of his wealth. So the point is that unless there is something which can ensure the fixity of the value of oil in terms of the dollar, unless there is some mechanism whereby people are forever prevented, even when there are some fluctuations in the dollar price of oil, from expecting that the dollar is going to depreciate vis-a-vis oil, unless there is some mechanism for ensuring that the dollar would always be threatened by a possible shift to commodities, in which case there will be massive inflation all over the world, and to counter that inflation under capitalism, there would be what is called austerity measures that would give rise to a massive depression in the capitalist world. Therefore, even the US imperialism, the US today, faces two kinds of crises. One is the crisis of what I said, overproduction leading to stagnation and higher unemployment. The other is the crisis of indebtedness, where people are holding huge claims upon the US in the form of dollars or dollar-denominated assets. Now, Trump is trying to cope with these crises. Whatever Trump is trying to do is usually dismissed as the acts of a madman or the acts of an imbecile, stupid man. But as a matter of fact, there is a logic to what Trump is trying to do. And we must appreciate that logic. You see, to say that Trump is a madman is not to see the structural problems in the system. Is then to say, oh, he's a maverick who's just doing something because he's crazy. But the moment we see that there's something very serious which is wrong with the system, then Trump's actions begin to make some sense. What are these actions? I would say, very crudely put, that Trump is trying to recreate for the United States the same kind of relationship that Britain had with its colonies in the global south, which basically means that Trump is trying to have markets on tap, captive markets, where they can sell American goods to the extent that is possible. And secondly, Trump is also trying to ensure that there's a drain of wealth from the global south to the United States. I would say both these amount to what I would call a recolonization of the global south, reversing the economic decolonization that had taken place after the Second World War, and instead bringing about a recolonization of the global south, by which I don't mean political recolonization. You don't have to send viceroys to rule over Ethiopia or to Eritrea or Honduras. All you need is that you must have regimes that follow economic policies which are dictated by you. And these economic policies must be such that they actually help you get captive markets in those countries and also to get sources of raw materials. Now you can see that Trump is trying to do both. You look at Trump's Indo-US trade treaty. It's an unequal treaty. Everybody here knows the details of it. It is unequal in two very obvious ways. Firstly, the US is allowed to put high tariffs on India's exports to the US, but we are not allowed to. In other words, the tariffs that India would charge to the US on American goods are tariffs which actually are much lower, zero or much lower than the tariffs that the Americans would charge on Indian goods. So it's an unequal in that sense. Even more surprising is that it has a clause that by such and such date, India must buy so much worth of American goods. And the amount of American goods India is supposed to buy is several times the trade that we normally have, normally what we buy from them. In other words, they're actually telling us that, look, you jolly well buy so much worth of American goods by such and such date. Okay. Now, this is something which even Britain had not imposed in its colonial days, because how much British textiles people would buy in India was left to their decision on the market, but not so with this unequal treaty. The whole point about the unequal treaty, therefore, is for the US to push its goods, the way, of course, that Britain had done earlier, to push its goods into the Indian market, and of course the Americans, I don't believe, are particularly hostile to India. This is the kind of treaty they would like to repeat vis-a-vis other countries of the global south, and therefore they would like to push this vis-a-vis countries of the global south. So one way that this recolonization takes the form of is, of course, acquiring captive markets in the global south. The other takes the form of acquiring control over precious primary commodities, particularly raw materials, as far as the global south is concerned. Obviously, oil is the most precious raw material. The Americans already are the largest oil producers in the world at this moment, but additionally, they have now got hold of Venezuelan oil after kidnapping the Venezuelan president and his wife, taking them to America. Now, it's an amazing situation that you actually send troops into a country, then you kind of abduct its duly elected president and his wife in order to install in their place some regime that would actually listen to your dictates. They tried doing the same in Iran, what they called a regime change. Venezuela, by the way, has the world's largest oil reserves. World's largest known oil reserves are with Venezuela. Iran is also a large oil producing country. They tried doing the same in Iran. On the very first day that the US-Israeli attack on Iran took place, they simply eliminated the entire leadership of Iran on the assumption that by doing so, they can install an alternative leadership. That alternative leadership would do their biddings. Iran did not, Iran proved them wrong. And because it has proved them wrong, at the moment, Trump doesn't know what to do. But the point is that the idea that the program, that the agenda of the Trump regime is to overcome the current crisis that prevails in the US and in the rest of the advanced capitalist world, but primarily in the US, by exporting this crisis to countries of the global south. If it is the case that they manage to acquire captive markets in the global south, then our producers would actually go under. Therefore, unemployment would actually have been shifted from the United States to our country. So the whole idea is to recolonize the global south in order to export their crisis to our shoulders, and also in order to extract a surplus extraction process, or what Dadabhai Nauroji had called a drain of wealth, so that, for instance, suppose they had succeeded in Iran or in Venezuela, American companies would then go and extract the oil in Venezuela, and if so, then of course this would come to the United States as its income, and that being the case, US current account deficit to some extent would be closed. Americans are also laying claims to Greenland, where you have very precious metals called, very precious commodities called rare earths, and so on. This is not something which is going to stop with Venezuela or Iran or Greenland. This is a process of economic recolonization. Now, this is a real reversal of something that had happened in the post-Second World War period. In the post-Second World War period, even more difficult than political decolonization had been the economic decolonization of the third world countries acquiring control over their mineral resources. The moment they tried to do that, you see, the imperialist powers were willing to give you freedom, political freedom, you can have your own government. But if you try to capture your own resources, then we stage a coup d'etat against you, then we start a civil war in your country, and so on and so forth. There are numerous instances. Arbenz in Guatemala tried to nationalize their kind of, land area, which was under an American company called the United Fruit Company, and Arbenz was eliminated in a coup d'etat which the CIA organized. Mossadegh in Iran, when he nationalized oil, which was at that time run by the Anglo-Iranian Oil Company, which basically a British company, you found that there was an Anglo-French joint invasion of Iran, which of course did not immediately, I'm sorry, when Mossadegh nationalized the oil in Iran, they actually had a coup against Mossadegh and overthrew Mossadegh. When Nasser, sorry, I got mixed up in Nasser and Mossadegh. When Nasser nationalized the Suez Canal, there was an Anglo-French invasion of Egypt, because of which they tried to overthrow Nasser and install a puppet regime there. But fortunately, the Soviet Union came to the rescue, gave an ultimatum, and because the United States was not supporting at that time the Anglo-French invasion, the Anglo-French invaders had to withdraw. Anthony Eden, who was the Prime Minister of Britain at that time, actually had to resign because of this failure. So, in Chile, for instance, you had Allende, Salvador Allende, who nationalized copper. Chile had very rich copper resources. When Allende nationalized copper, there was a CIA coup against Allende. He was overthrown and assassinated. In Congo, when Patrice Lumumba became the newly elected president of newly independent Congo, Congo was very mineral rich. They encouraged a man called Moise Tshombe, who was in Katanga, to actually rebel against the central leadership of Lumumba. A civil war ensued. Lumumba was captured and assassinated. So the struggle for control over mineral resources in the global south has been an extremely painful and arduous struggle, which still has not succeeded 100%, but on the other hand, it is something which actually has played a major role in the process of decolonization. Trump is trying to reverse that. Fortunately, the Iranians have put up a resistance, and because of this resistance, Trump is a little bit caught in his tracks. Now, I want to relate what is happening in India exactly to these international developments. What are the main things that we find in India which are so worrying, which has even worried the official economist who says BJP is winning elections but losing the economy? The first thing which worries everybody is, of course, the collapse of the rupee. The fact that the rupee is now about to breach 100 rupees to a dollar, which is really unheard of. Now, why is the rupee falling? I think we should be very clear about this. You see, a currency of a third world country, particularly a country which has a systematic current account balance of payments deficit like India. India has always, except stray years, always imported more than it exports. If you go on importing more than you export, then of course for some time you can actually meet this gap through the inflow of funds from outside. And under a neoliberal regime, this is exactly what has been happening. But on the other hand, if for some reason that inflow of funds stops, then you have a shortage of foreign exchange, and if you have a shortage of foreign exchange, then the rupee falls. But the point is, why does this expectation arise, because of which funds stop coming? Well, they would stop coming for a variety of reasons. First, of course, in the case of India, the very fact that Trump is imposing this unequal treaty, the very fact that there is an effort to export the crisis of advanced capitalist world to countries like India is something that generates the expectations in the minds of world speculators that this India is not going to be able to meet its deficits, and therefore let us take our money out. Its currency is going to fall, therefore let's take our money out. So expectations of balance of payments deficits, expectations therefore of decline in the price of the rupee give rise to an actual decline in the price of the rupee. A second very obvious reason why the rupee is declining is that, for a very long time, since India had been a closed economy, since India had not allowed financial inflows, finance had not really grabbed hold of India. But now globalized finance has grabbed hold of India. Huge numbers of Indian companies are now partly globally owned because their shares have been taken over by globalized finance. Now, if that is the case, then of course, after some time, when you have put in enough money in the Indian financial market, then you say, all right, now we have put in enough money, let us not go any more into the Indian financial market, let's go somewhere else. And therefore, to some extent, a reaction against the earlier inflow was inevitable, and this is what we are seeing. There's the third and even deeper factor, which I think is worth thinking about, namely, that think of the attitude of the rich in our country. They would like to send their children not just to study abroad, but to settle down abroad. They would like to hold their wealth, not necessarily in India, but somewhere abroad. It is true that in India today the leftists are very weak, and therefore India may be a very safe place for your wealth, but you never know. Tomorrow the leftists may come back, and therefore the rich of the global south have always got a preference to hold their wealth in currencies of the global north, may not be geographically in the global north, maybe in Cayman Island, maybe in some safe havens, depending on taxation laws, but in currency of the global north. Therefore, there is an inevitable, in my view, there's an inevitable sociological law with which you can say that there is a trickling out of resources, of wealth from countries of the global south to countries of the global north, for which, of course, you require their currency, the dollar. And therefore, there is a long-term tendency for the currency of the global south to decline. For all these reasons, we actually find the rupee is declining. Now, from this, it would follow that the very idea of letting the rupee float and hope there'll be some equilibrium at which the rupee would settle down is a wrong idea, because there is no such equilibrium. The rupee would go on and on and on and on floating. Therefore, countries of the global south ought to have laws according to which the currency is fixed, because every depreciation of the rupee, because it raises import costs, gives rise to inflation, which squeezes the ordinary working people. Therefore, if you do not want the lives of the ordinary working people to be governed by, to be determined by the whims of international speculators. Speculators think rupee is going to fall, they take their money out, and when they take their money out, rupee actually falls. When rupee falls, inflation takes place. When inflation takes place, the poor people suffer. So if you do not want the lives of the poor people to be in the hands of a bunch of international speculators, then it becomes very important for you to actually have a fixed exchange rate. Don't allow your exchange rate to float. This is what post-independence Indian governments, one after another, successive governments, had tried to do, starting from Jawaharlal Nehru's time. Between 1949, when there was a devaluation of the rupee, official devaluation, because the pound sterling got devalued, and 1966, when Lal Bahadur Shastri was the Prime Minister, and there was the next devaluation, the rupee was held constant at 5 rupees to a dollar. With 1966 devaluation, the rupee came down a bit. I think it became 7.5 to a dollar, and then it remained steady there for a very long time. So the whole idea of floating the rupee is one that actually, by contrast what has happened to the rupee after the neoliberal policies have been adopted. The rupee was made to float, let us say, in 1993 or thereabouts. At that time, it was about 22 rupees to a dollar. On the eve of the US-Israeli attack on Iran, that is on February 27th, it was 91 rupees to a dollar, and today it has crossed even 97 rupees to a dollar. In other words, you have a steady fall in the rupee. And mind you, the steady fall in the rupee has also been accompanied by the accumulation of foreign exchange reserves. It will take me a bit of time to explain this fact. You see, there is a kind of asymmetry. The asymmetry lies in the fact that when dollars come in, the Reserve Bank of India holds the exchange rate constant. Suppose it did not hold the exchange rate constant, what would happen? Then you would find that the rupee would appreciate, therefore Indian goods would become more expensive compared to foreign goods, and therefore there would be a deindustrialization of the Indian economy. What is more, this deindustrialization would have been financed by the dollars coming in. So the country would have experienced what is called debt-induced deindustrialization. You become indebted. You become indebted. Why? You become indebted in order to get money for your own ruin. Now, obviously, therefore, countries don't allow their exchange rates to appreciate. And this is exactly why the rupee, why the Reserve Bank holds on to dollars. On the other hand, when dollars leave the country, when there's a tendency for the rupee to depreciate, the Reserve Bank has some reserves. If the Reserve Bank gets rid of those reserves in order to stabilize the rupee, in that case, all the speculators then begin to calculate, aha, the Reserve Bank's reserves are going down, therefore rupee is going to fall. And therefore, it tends to strengthen the speculative expectation that the rupee is going to fall, which is why the Reserve Bank does not actually get rid of all its reserves, and therefore is very cautious about getting rid of reserves. Therefore, having reserves per se does not prevent a fall in the price, in the exchange rate of the rupee. So during the period, this prolonged period in which the rupee has been collapsing, India has accumulated huge foreign exchange reserves, $725 billion again on the eve of the US-Israeli attack on Iran. Now, therefore, I would say that neoliberal capitalism, in any case, by holding out the promise of an equilibrium exchange rate that does not actually exist, makes the country float its exchange rate, and then the exchange rate keeps going down. And what is more, in the presence of Donald Trump's attempts to push the burden of the crisis from the United States onto global South, including countries like India, through unequal trade treaties and so on, you actually find that there is a further feeding of speculative expectations about the collapse of the rupee. Likewise, when you find that US attack on Iran failed, it failed even to have a regime change, which was their objective. It failed to have a regime change. Iran held out and is still holding out, and therefore Iran held out because the Strait of Hormuz is something which Iran in fact controlled. through which 20% of world's oil resources actually flow, particularly oil that comes to countries like India and China and so on, particularly oil that comes to Asian countries. Now, in that situation, it's not surprising that oil prices have risen. When oil prices have risen internationally, the effort on the part of the Modi government has been to raise oil prices domestically. We know that in the course of the last 1 week, there have been 3 occasions that oil prices have increased. Now, there is a very interesting and subtle economic point here which I would like to draw your attention to. Suppose you have domestic oil prices rising. You see, oil is a commodity that people, economists generally say, has an price inelastic demand. That means if the price rises by 10%, its demand doesn't fall by 10%, its demand falls by 2%, 3%, whatever, by much less than 10%. It doesn't fall at all, perhaps, in which case the elasticity of demand is 0. So the point is that oil is a commodity with inelastic price inelastic demand. If that is so, then it's a commodity where when the prices rise, the revenue of those who have raised the prices also rises. Now, when the revenue of those who have raised the prices rises from the pockets of the consumers cut back on spending on other avenues. Now, if the consumers cut back on spending on other avenues, demand for those goods goes down. So when oil prices rise, the demand for non-oil goods goes down. If the demand for non-oil goods goes down, then you have a recession in the economy, a cutback in output and employment. Therefore, any increase in the domestic oil price gives rise, not just to an inflation, it gives rise to an inflationary recession. Inflation in the prices in general, but a recession particularly in the non-oil commodities. Suppose but this is exactly what everybody, international organization, World Bank, IMF, official economists, Modi government, everybody believes should be done. Suppose for a moment, let us just do a thought experiment. Suppose for a moment, even the world oil prices went up, domestic oil prices were kept constant. Suppose. If domestic oil prices were kept constant, but you introduced oil rationing, that basically, obviously, there's less oil coming in, so you introduce oil rationing. We are not strangers to oil rationing. In Delhi some time ago, there was that odd-even scheme where on some days you could take out cars with even numbers, on other days you could take out cars with odd numbers. That was some kind of a rationing scheme. It was a rationing scheme. But the point is, so we are not strangers to rationing in petroproducts. So, suppose you actually had a rationing scheme. And suppose you made sure that the rationing affected only the consumption demand for petroproducts, not their demand as inputs. For instance, they go as inputs into fertilizers. Well, we let that go on. That is not rationed out. But of course, we ration out the consumption demand. In that case, since the prices remain unchanged and you have a rationing where there is less now that people can buy, there would be unspent purchasing power in their hands. Therefore, they would spend this unspent purchasing power on all kinds of other goods. Therefore, there would be an increase in output and employment of these other goods. So far from there being a recession, if you actually kept the prices constant, you would actually have an expansion of output and employment. But in order to make good the losses of the petroproduct producers and distributors, which they would have made good by charging higher prices, you have to have some other means. Those other means would necessarily have to be from the government. And the government can easily run a fiscal deficit in order to put money in the hands of petroproduct producers and distributors, in which case, if you have fixed prices, rationing, and a fiscal deficit to cover the losses of the petro-product producers and distributors. You would have an expansion in the economy. Now, this is not just idle chatter. In 1973-74, when the first oil shock took place, that means the OPEC countries raised their prices sharply, world oil prices. All over the world, the oil prices to consumers was also raised. And at the same time, because there was inflation, the standard conventional wisdom tells us wrongly that when there's an inflation, you must actually have austerity measures. You cannot have a larger fiscal deficit. So the fiscal deficit was actually cut back. You had fiscal austerity, you had inflation, but because of inflation and fiscal austerity, you had an acute recession in the world economy in 1975. We must learn lessons from this. But on the other hand, what the Modi government is doing is precisely the opposite of this. What it is doing, in fact, every neoliberal economist is asking for more reforms. What do they mean by more reforms? They are saying that, okay, make more segments available to the private sector, particularly to the foreign sector. Remove all restrictions, even whatever restrictions remain on foreign investors. Make sure that the interest rates they get on whatever government bonds or whatever assets they may hold in India is something which is high. Therefore, you are trying to create inducements in very many different ways to attract foreign funds into the country. Suppose for a moment we accept that this succeeds. It actually then halts, as it were, it halts the slide of the rupee. And at the same time, you have a rise in oil prices. It halts the slide of the rupee. But since you have offered fiscal incentives to foreign capitalists, since you have offered higher interest rates to foreign capitalists, obviously the government's ability to spend domestically goes down. Obviously the high interest rates affect people's spending decisions here, and therefore you would actually have greater unemployment and so on. But suppose with this greater unemployment, the rupee does get stabilized. Fine. Tomorrow again, there may be an expectation that the rupee might fall. Trump may say or do something else that gives rise to that expectation. Because remember, in economies like ours, there's only one kind of expectation. The exchange rate can only move downwards. It cannot move up because the RBI intervenes to make sure that it does not move up, and intervenes rightly, because otherwise we'll have debt finance deindustrialization. Therefore, if anything happens that triggers an expectation of a decline in the value of the rupee, then again we would be caught in the same syndrome, and therefore make some more concessions, and therefore squeeze the working people more. Therefore, this entire strategy of remaining in a neoliberal capitalist world and making more and more concessions in order to make sure that in this world we are not, as it were, smacked in the face, is something which is a false strategy. Trump is moving out of the neoliberal world in one sense. He's not putting restrictions on financial flows into or out of the US, but he has put restrictions in the sense of having very high tariffs against third world countries that do not accept unequal treaties. So, Trump is moving out of neoliberalism. Neoliberalism is dead. You cannot have a situation in which the world economy can revive under neoliberalism. The burden of neoliberalism being dead would be placed much more on the shoulders of the ordinary people, and in order to make that burden acceptable to the ordinary people, all over the world there is a neoliberal, neo-fascist alliance. You look at Argentina, there's a neo-fascist government. You look at Italy, the neo-fascist government. You look at Trump, a neo-fascist, exactly the same. Turkey, neo-fascist. Israel, of course, is a fascist state. And so on. You can actually think in terms of, and closer at home. So the point is that you can actually, therefore, you are having all over the world a neoliberal survival with an alliance with the neo-fascists. Why do I call it neo-fascist? I mean, these are not just terms one uses like that. There are at least 6 features that these regimes have, which are similar to the 1930s fascism that had arisen in the midst of the Great Depression. Neo-fascism, I say neo because this is in the current situation, neo-fascism has the same features. The most important, of course, is the othering of a hapless minority. It could be immigrants in America, it could be Chinese in America, it could be Muslims in India, whatever. It could be any other, ethnic, religious, hapless religious ethnic group. You other that group and generate within the majority a hatred for that group. Feature number 1. Feature number 2, of course, like all fascism, you have extreme use of repression against critics, against the left, against intellectuals, against artists, against thinkers, against students, and so on. That again is a feature that you find today. The third is that there's a combination of state repression. State repression can also be just authoritarianism, but there's a difference between authoritarianism and neo-fascism. That state repression is combined with repression by fascist thugs. That they, in fact, enter houses, they enter universities, they beat up people. So you actually have repression by the state organs, which is supplemented by repression by the fascist groups. The fourth feature, which is again very important, is an extremely close relationship between monopoly capital and fascism. This was true in the 1930s, this is true even today. Monopoly capital provides immense amounts of financial support and media support for the fascists who are generally, or the neo-fascists, who are generally in the fringes, to come to the center stage. The next feature is that within monopoly capital, there is a particular segment of new monopoly capital that is very, very close to the fascists and the neo-fascists. This was true in Germany. For instance, Hitler's regime was very close to a new segment of monopoly capital that was involved in the production of producer goods, involved in the production of armaments and so on. In Japan, military fascism, you had again a new segment of who are called the Shinko Zaibatsu, as opposed to the old monopoly capital, which was called Zaibatsu. So the Shinko Zaibatsu was again involved in producers' goods and so on, which are very close to the Japanese military fascists. You can read exactly the situation here and so on. So that's the next feature. The last feature is in fact a cult of the leader. A cult of the leader where in fact you have a complete inversion of the concept of the nation. That Gandhiji had said that the purpose of the Indian nation is to wipe away the tears from the eyes of every Indian. In other words, the nation was meant to serve the people, while the European concept of nation is that the people were meant to serve the nation. And this really acquires extreme kind of, poignancy under fascism, when the people are generally supposed to serve the nation, and the nation is, expression of the nation is the leader. The leader stands for the nation, and therefore the people are expected to serve the leader. And this is something which neo-fascism also encourages. It may have gone to different degrees in different countries. I'm not saying everywhere this has actually been achieved, but these are the features of neo-fascism, and therefore you find that neo-fascism in fact promotes neoliberalism. But this is a story which really cannot but end in tragedy, because the crisis of neoliberalism is something which I have been arguing cannot be resolved within neoliberalism. That being the case, even neo-fascism cannot resolve the crisis of neoliberalism within neoliberalism itself. And therefore all this talk which people are making, carry reforms to the next stage, it's something which is only going to make the conditions of the working people much worse. What is important is to get out of this neoliberal capitalism, introduce, peg the foreign exchange, make sure that oil prices do not rise, stop inflation that is artificially generated because of the rise in oil prices, and of course, most importantly, have capital controls. Have controls on capital outflows. If you have controls on capital outflows, then of course you would not have capital coming in. You wouldn't have finance coming in. If finance does not come in, then you cannot meet your current account deficit. And if you cannot meet your current account deficit, you'll have to have some trade controls. You'd have to have some import controls. Therefore, you'd have to introduce controls in order to acquire a hold, the government to acquire a hold over the economy. And that way, obviously, if foreign capital does not come in to undertake investments here, if domestic capital feels hemmed in by these controls, then the public sector would have to step in order to undertake investment for a higher rate of growth. So it follows, therefore, that we have to go back in many ways to the regime that we had actually discarded before we accepted neoliberalism. But then you'd say, what is the difference? I would say that I would not go into all the differences, but I would say one big difference. What we must have today is that the people must not be cheated by any such regime. And their not being cheated can be ensured by only one move. I'm sitting next to a justice here, but I would say that we should bring in a constitutional amendment whereby we have fundamental economic rights, universal, justiciable, fundamental economic rights on a par with the political and civil rights that we currently have. I know that the current government is trying to suppress those fundamental rights, okay? But on the other hand, in fact, only last night I was listening to some television, somebody or the other was talking about the fact that when the Constitution was framed, they were not aware of problems, while we today are better aware. Therefore, we should not worry about what the Constitution provides by way of rights. We should have legislation. Majoritarianism consists in claiming that the majority support for a resolution in Parliament can overturn not only constitutional provisions, even the basic structure of the Constitution. So the point is that we ought to, so this government, which does not even respect fundamental civil and political rights, obviously is not going to introduce economic rights, but I believe it should be a part of the agenda of an alternative government, not just to go back to status quo ante, but to make sure that the status quo ante is utilized for bringing about a redistribution of income and wealth, and of course greater employment opportunities and so on. I would say there are 5 fundamental economic rights on which I would place emphasis. One is the right to food, by which I mean that food should be provided to everybody exactly on the terms on which it was provided to the BPL population before the pandemic. The other is the right to employment. And the failure to provide employment should actually mean that the person who's not given employment should be given a wage rate. That accepts the philosophy that if a person is unemployed, then he's not a cockroach. He's not, in fact, unemployed because of his own fault. He's unemployed because of the fault of the system. That accepts the philosophy that if I live within a social system, then my ability to get a job depends upon that social system. So, that is the right to employment. The third is the right to universal, free, quality health service through a national health service as exists in Britain, as exists in the Scandinavian countries, and as existed in the Soviet Union in the old days. That free, quality NHS, free, kind of quality healthcare for all, universal. The fourth is universal, free, quality education for all. And the fifth is, of course, living pension, non-contributory, together with disability benefits of an appropriate amount for everybody who's not, okay, if you have a job, you're getting a pension from your employer, that's one thing. But if you're a peasant and you're not getting any pension from anybody, you're old, in that case the state should provide you a non-contributory pension. These 5 fundamental rights, the calculations we made, and I must confess, in the calculations I had made, we had calculated free quality education only up to higher secondary level. If you have these 5 fundamental rights, the resources for it, the financial resources for it, can be raised just by 2 taxes levied only on the top 1% of the population. One is a 2% wealth tax. Remember, 1% of the population at the top owns 40% of the total wealth of the country. A 2% wealth tax, and the other is a 1/3 inheritance tax. Every capitalist country has an inheritance tax, but India does not. In America, when a person dies, his property does not fully come to the children. 40% is taken away by the state. In Britain, 40% is the death duty. In Japan, it is 55%, and so on. That's because of the fact that there is a philosophy to it which says that if, okay, why do the capitalists earn a profit? Marxists would give a different answer, but the bourgeois answer to that question is that the capitalists earn a profit because they have some special quality. That special quality is what enables them to earn that profit. Fine, let us accept it. In that case, that special quality must be exhibited by the children of the capitalists before the children also have a right to earn the profit. And that is why the inheritance tax in the form of death duties, not that the entire property of the father is taken away when the children inherit, but 55% in Japan, 40% in UK and USA. But in India, 0. In India, 0. Just have these 2 taxes, a 2% wealth tax from the top 1% of the population and a 1/3 inheritance tax, again on the top 1% of the population, and you would be able to have a welfare state in the country. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your enlightening address. Your words have truly given us deeper insight and inspiration. Comrades, as we have already said, this is not a listening part only. This is an interaction session. So we shall move forward for a short interaction session. Comrades, we open the floor for a brief interaction. Those who wish to have any clarity and doubts may kindly do so briefly and to the point.
Comrades, any doubt or any questions can be asked? Anyone? So that this mic can be, yeah. Comrade. Give it to you.
वेरी गुड मॉर्निंग सर। लास्ट में आपने सॉल्यूशन दिए वो बहुत अच्छे लगे, बट प्रैक्टिकली हम यदि बात करें तो एफडीआई आकर्षण करने की या एफडीआई को अट्रैक्ट करने की, तो हम रूल्स को लूज करने की बात करते हैं। वहाँ हम बोलते हैं कि जैसे एफडीआई आकर्षित करेंगे तो अपन लेबर लॉ को लूज करेंगे, तो ये कहाँ तक सही है और इसका प्रैक्टिकल सॉल्यूशंस क्या होने चाहिए?
देखिए, हमें एफडीआई को अट्रैक्ट करने की कोई ज़रूरत नहीं है। अगर आए तो अच्छी बात है, मैं ये नहीं कह रहा हूं कि आप एफडीआई का आना बंद कर दीजिए, मैं नहीं कह रहा हूं, लेकिन मैं कह रहा हूं चेंजिंग द लेबर लॉज, चेंजिंग द टैक्स लॉज, चेंजिंग द लैंड एक्विजिशन लॉज, क्योंकि हम एफडीआई को अट्रैक्ट करें, ये बिल्कुल गलत है। तो आप एफडीआई को प्रायोरिटाइज कर रहे हैं over the peasant's interest, over the laborer's interest, and so on. ऐसा, this was not the policy in India earlier. Okay, ये क्या है कि हमें डेवलप होने के लिए बाहर की जरूरत है, that we need outside help. We don't need outside help. We have enough resources here. Okay, so there is no need to attract FDI. No need. लेकिन अगर आए तो अच्छी बात है, ठीक है। लेकिन हम ये जो देखिए, आप ये हमने नियोलिबरल इकोनॉमिक पॉलिसीज 1991 में शुरू किया, ओके। उसके बाद से हम एफडीआई अट्रैक्ट करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं, हमने अट्रैक्ट भी किया है, ग्रोथ भी हुआ है, बट इस पीरियड में the proportion of population which does not have access to minimum calorie norm has gone up. 1973-74 में प्लानिंग कमीशन ने कहा था, हमारे प्लानिंग कमीशन ने, मैंने नहीं कहा था, हमारे प्लानिंग कमीशन ने कहा था, अगर गांव में किसी को 2200 कैलोरी पर पर्सन पर डे नहीं मिल रहा है तो हम उसको गरीब कहेंगे, और शहर में अगर किसी को 2100 कैलोरीज पर पर्सन पर डे नहीं मिल रहा है हम उसको गरीब कहेंगे। आप उस क्राइटेरियन से देखिए, 1993-4 में रूरल इंडिया में 58% ऑफ पीपल वर पुअर। 2011-12 में दैट हैड गॉन अप टू 68%, एंड 2017-18 में दैट हैड गॉन अप टू ओवर 80%। इतना बुरा हाल था कि the government actually withdrew the 2017-18 data and changed the method of data collection. इसीलिए हम subsequent years को compare नहीं कर सकते हैं with the previous years. लेकिन during the period of neoliberalism poverty बढ़ रहा है, inequality को तो बात ही छोड़िए, हमने already everybody knows कि top 1% of the population now has a proportion of national income which is higher than in the last century. Last 100 years में हमारे यहाँ राजा महाराजा थे, तब भी 1% का जितना था शेयर इन नेशनल इनकम, टॉप 1% ऑफ पॉपुलेशन का, अभी उससे ज़्यादा है। तो ये क्या, व्हाट इज दिस डेवलपमेंट? हम डेवलपमेंट के नाम पर कहते हैं एफडीआई को लाना पड़ेगा, एफडीआई को लाने के लिए एबीसी करना पड़ेगा। जब हम एबीसी करते हैं तो लोगों से उनके हक छीन लेते हैं, एज ए रिजल्ट पीपल सफर, एज ए रिजल्ट पॉवर्टी इंक्रीजेस। व्हाट इज दिस जीडीपी ग्रोथ? जीडीपी ग्रोथ अगर ज़्यादा हो भी जाए, लेकिन अगर पॉवर्टी उससे बढ़ रहा है तो उसका क्या फ़ायदा है? जॉन स्टुअर्ट मिल वॉज ए ग्रेट इंग्लिश फिलोसोफर. उस ज़माने में लोग बहुत कहते थे स्टेशनरी स्टेट, लोगों को बहुत डर था कि वो इकोनॉमी ज़ीरो ग्रोथ पर आ जाएगा. सो जॉन स्टुअर्ट मिल ने कहा था, I'm not worried about a stationary state as long as the workers are better off in it. तो ये आप FDI की बात ही छोड़ दीजिए. मैं ये नहीं कह रहा हूँ कि उनको मत आने दीजिए, बट मैं ये कह रहा हूँ कि उनके लिए आप स्पेशल मत कीजिए. हाँ कहिए. हाँ आप माइक
सॉरी सर, उसमें मेरा नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन एक ये भी था आपसे जानने के लिए कि आपके अनुसार एक आइडियल सॉल्यूशन क्या होना चाहिए रुपए के डिवैल्यूएशन को बचाने के लिए?
मैंने कहा ना, पेग्ड एक्सचेंज रेट. आप एक्सचेंज रेट को फिक्स रखिए.
Is
अगर
it-
आप एक्सचेंज रेट को फिक्स रखेंगे, कैपिटल कंट्रोल कीजिए, फाइनेंस को बाहर जाने मत दीजिए. अभी तो फाइनेंस एवरी डे देयर इज फाइनेंस फ्लोइंग आउट ऑफ द कंट्री, इसीलिए तो रुपये गिर रहा है. आप फाइनेंस के ऊपर जाने के ऊपर रिस्ट्रिक्शंस लगाइए और आप रुपये को पेग कीजिए.
सर ये क्या हमारे हाथ में है कि हम इसको रोक सकें?
हमने 30 के हमारी इंडिपेंडेंस 1947 में हुआ था ना. न्यू लिबरलिज्म 1993 में हमने रुपये को फ्लोट किया. 47 to 93 इज हाउ मेनी इयर्स? 46 इयर्स. 46 साल हमने जो पॉलिसी किया था, मैं उसी की बात कर रहा हूँ. आप यू सी, लोग भूल जाते हैं कि न्यू लिबरलिज्म से पहले भी एक हिंदुस्तान था.
थैंक यू सर. थैंक यू सर.
Good afternoon, sir. Sir, good afternoon, sir. You have suggested that 1% can be solution for this our 5
Yes.
rights.
Yes.
But already we have seen that they are in other countries our HNIs are going to other countries like tax havens. Okay, tax havens country. Is there alternative solutions for that?
नहीं, मैंने कहा ना, कैपिटल कंट्रोल्स. यानी कि आप टैक्स हेवन को अगर जाना चाहेंगे तो आप वहाँ अगर रुपया लेकर गए तो आपको उससे तो कोई फायदा नहीं है. नोबडी विल एक्सेप्ट योर रूपी. इफ यू वांट टू गो एंड डिपॉजिट इन अ टैक्स हेवन, यू हैव टू कन्वर्ट द रूपी टू डॉलर्स. ओके, that conversion of rupee to dollars and the dollars flowing out of the country is called financial outflow. आप उस पे रोक लगाइए. You prevent financial outflows by having capital controls. हमारे यहाँ capital controls was so, मैंने जो कहा 46 years. जब मैं पहले बाहर गया था पढ़ने के लिए, I went to Oxford to study. मुझे उस जमाने में एक हुआ करता था पी फॉर्म करके. पी फॉर्म आपने उसके लिए अप्लाई किया. मैं दिल्ली में था, मैंने अप्लाई किया और रोज 1.5 महीने में जाके RBI ऑफिस के बाहर खड़ा होता था, भैया मेरा पी फॉर्म का परमिशन आ गया. वो लोग जानबूझ के लास्ट डे को देते थे. जिस रात को मेरा फ्लाइट था उसी दिन पी फॉर्म आया. पी फॉर्म से मुझे 3 पाउंड मिले, सिर्फ 3 पाउंड. जब मैं गया, रात को फ्लाइट थी, एक होटल में मैं ठहरा, नेक्स्ट मॉर्निंग में एक बस लेकर मेरे यूनिवर्सिटी टाउन में गया तो मेरे 3 पाउंड खत्म हो गए थे. तो इतना स्ट्रिक्ट कैपिटल कंट्रोल था, इतना स्ट्रिक्ट फॉरेन एक्सचेंज कंट्रोल था. तो आप ये मत कहिए कि नॉट पॉसिबल. मैं ये नहीं कह रहा हूँ कि आप उस लेवल पर जरूरत पड़ेगी, बट द पॉइंट इज that we are capable, we in India have seen this. So,
Thank you, sir.
Sir, good morning, sir. Sir, I apprehend 2 issues. One is the present workforce in the country is going towards an underpaid salary system, because we are now the apprenticeship and everything is coming So they are paid with a very less salary, which ranges from 15,000 to 25,000 maximum. So one is this. So gradually the country's buying power is going down. Another one is now from 1st January 2004 onwards, all the employees, including government employees, have been appointed on the new pension system. So gradually, within a short period of another 3 decades, so they are not going to get any pension. So they are also it means within another 2-3 decades, the entire buying power of the country is going to be very marginal. So the solution you gave is to be taxed from that 1% wealth who are holding the wealth. So that is a good solution. But I hope in the future, when the government is run by the capitalist, so is it possible in our country? Because nowadays you are seeing that all the struggles have also been suppressed. So now there is another big emotional change has also come now, because in your period the struggles were very, very aggressive, but now it is not like that. So what is a practical solution to face all these things? Please, as an economist, I request to give your views, sir. Thank you.
But please don't think that having governments run by capitalists is a practical solution. ऐसा नहीं होता. You see, the governments run by capitalists would work for capitalists. If they work for capitalists, then the poor man, the working person, would become worse and worse off. Okay, जो हम देख रहे हैं. So the whole idea is to have alternative governments that actually work for the working people. And I use working people in the sense that Lenin had used it: workers and peasants, workers, peasants, petty producers, agricultural laborers, and so on. So government of the working people. Now, if you are going to have a government of the working people, then it is very important for such a government to have some kind of a transitional economic program. मैं जो कह रहा हूँ, 5 fundamental rights and so on, those constitute a transitional economic program. ये economic program लेकर आप लोगों के पास जाइए, तो लोग आपको believe करेंगे, हाँ ठीक है.
Good afternoon, sir. Sir, like the government is boosting that, and since last 2 decades, our GDP has been increasing inherently. But we have seen that lots of poverty and the joblessness has increased in these decades. So as the political and economical side from your side, will this neo-liberalism policy will bring the job to our new youths? And what are the solutions for this?
So neoliberalism has not brought jobs to our youth, and it is not going to, okay? Because what is more, neoliberalism itself is facing a crisis. Why is Trump imposing this unequal treaty on countries like India? Why? Because of the fact that he wants to create jobs in America. And if he creates jobs in America, he'll do so by destroying jobs here. Okay, so the point is, firstly, a GDP, actually, I think the biggest counter-revolution in thought, in economic thought, was the introduction of GDP as a national objective. I think it is really shocking that there was so much emphasis on GDP. It is amusing that the same government which actually takes pride on our GDP growth rate then says that Bangladeshis are coming into India. Do you know Bangladesh's per capita income is higher than India? At the moment, according to the IMF's calculation, latest calculations, Bangladesh has a higher per capita income in India. And if per capita income was the symptom of a nation's progress, in that case, Indians should be migrating to Bangladesh rather than the other way around. So, this is all kind of, it is absurd, this whole talk of, I told you even John Stuart Mill had said, I don't care if the GDP growth is 0. That's what he meant by stationary state, if the workers are better off within it. Okay.
Sir, one question, sir. Starting from Nehruvian era, Nehruvian economics, thereafter we have adopted self-reliant economy in India. Till 80s, 80 दशक 90 दशक पर्यंत तापर नियोलिबराल इकोनॉमी आम आडप्ट कले ବର୍ତ୍ତମାନ ପରିସ୍ଥିତିରେ ଆମେ ଫେରି ଯାଇପାରିବା and is it a good solution to go back to self-reliant economy?
ନା ମୁଁ ତ କହୁନି ଆମେ ଖାଲି what is wrong with it? What is wrong? ଫେରି ଯିବାରେ କିଛି wrong ନାହିଁ. In fact, I am saying that now we should have additionally welfare state measures, and one way of doing so is by introducing economic rights. That's my thinking, that mane feri jibare kichi problem nahi. The problem arises only when you simply want to go back without any guarantees to the people that is going to be a different state altogether. Okay, so I mean, I think again there's a lot of propaganda against the Nehruvian period. Okay, let me just give you two instances. Paris has a world inequality database. Okay, according to that, at the time of independence, actually around 1951 in India, the top 1% of the population had 12% of the national income. By 1982, the top 1% share in national income had fallen to 6%. So the country was moving towards a more egalitarian society. Okay. Then with neoliberalism, as I have not said, it's now 23%, the highest in the last 100 years. So the point is you can easily see. So the Nehruvian period, no matter what you may think of it, was not one that was accentuating inequality. On the contrary, it was actually a period, by Nehruvian period, I mean the entire pre-neoliberal period. Nehruji died long ago. So the entire period is one which actually saw a reduction in inequality. Second thing, on poverty estimates in India began in 1973-74. Okay. Between 1973-74 and 1993-94, by the criterion of poverty that I mentioned, calories, there was no secular increase in poverty ratio. Now, I think it is terrible that there should have been a decrease, but there was no increase. But since 1993-94, there has been an increase, as I mentioned. So the Nehruvian period saw a reduction in inequality and at least a holding of the poverty ratio, at least between 73-74 and 93-94, a holding of the poverty ratio. After that, you have a massive increase in inequality and also a significant increase in poverty ratio.
Thank you. Sir, I want to ask a question. As you said, you have given all the solutions that two types of taxes should be added and all the problems we are facing, inequality and all. I mean, there are economists also who are advocating the policies of the current government, supporting. And there are economists, I mean to say like you, who are talking about welfare. Then how to tackle them, means what are the role we are going to play. We all know what are the problems, what are the solutions. But what are we doing to take that down?
No, but you have to make up your choice. There's some people who say the earth is flat. There are other people who say the earth is round. You have to make up your choice. Do you believe it is flat? Do you believe it is round? So you have to exercise your mind in order to see which is a plausible view, which is a view that would lead to a better society that we have. I mean, after all, people in the country did not fight for freedom in order to have the kind of society that we now have. By the way, look at the amount of, I mean, this what's it called? This thing which has just been taken down, the cockroach. 8.7 million people, okay, got into that cockroach party. And even the BJP, which is a ruling party with enormous amounts of efforts, has only about 9 or 10 million followers. So the point is that all among the youth and so on, there is a certain restiveness. There's a certain kind of dissatisfaction. And you have to ask the question, why? Can we afford to have a society going on the way we are with the youth? So forget even about workers and peasants and so on. Even the youth is just so dissatisfied. So if we want to preserve this country together, if we want to build a nation, in that case we have to have something different.
Sir, in addition to what you have suggested regarding tax, do you feel agriculture should also come under the parameter of tax? Agricultural tax.
Well, you know, I mean, the point is that I'm not giving a list of all the taxes that we could have. I'm simply saying, if you say tax agriculture as a condition for taxing the top 1%, I'd say no. Okay? Taxing the top 1% or taxing the top 10% is absolutely essential. It is a disgrace that India does not have a wealth tax. I mean, everywhere in America, but I'm talking about imposing a 2% wealth tax on the top 1% of the population. In America, Bernie Sanders had suggested a graduated wealth tax going up to 7% on the top incomes. Okay. Similarly, another lady who was fighting for the Democratic nomination, Elizabeth Warren, she had suggested 2-grade taxes, 1%, 2%. So in her case, the 2% wealth tax was supposed to affect lots and lots more people than only the 1% of the population. I'm really suggesting very minimal level of taxation. If you have done this, you have done the other things I'm talking about, then of course the question of resource mobilization does not stop there. Okay, in that case we can talk in terms of where to raise additional resources and so on, and we can think in terms of agricultural taxation.
Thank you, sir. Sir, I have one question. We talked about the globalization, deglobalization, depreciation of rupee, polarization. Sir, most of the countries are trying to de-dollarization going forward. Actually, what they are trying to, want to trade in their own currencies. Like India has also tried, China's yen is, they are doing. What do you think about that de-dollarization trade?
No, you see, I talked about it because I was saying whenever people talk about de-dollarization, they're really talking about some other currency. I would not like simply the dollar's role to be replaced by that of some other currency, because I don't want any country, not even China, to be a hegemon. Okay. I would much rather have a situation in which different countries come together to have bilateral, multilateral arrangements among themselves. They trade in each other's currency. Okay. And suppose it is the case that we are talking about India and Iran. Okay. It is quite possible that India may have a trade surplus vis-a-vis Iran, in which case Iran owes some money to India. Instead of saying that, oh, Iran owes money, it should settle it in dollars. It should be the other way around, that money gets carried over what Iran owes, and India and Iran should then think in terms of what Iranian goods we can buy in order to settle that outstanding debt.
Sir, good afternoon, sir. Myself, last question. Sir, myself, Karthik. Sir, recently we are facing fuel crisis in our country. Why our OMC's company can invest in Rosneft and Iranian companies and Venezuela companies? We can solve the problems of import. India is importing around 88% of fuel.
Okay, you are raising a question of what our fuel policy should be like. Fine, that is something which we can discuss. But at the moment, the problem is quite different. At the moment, the problem is the closure of the Strait of Hormuz. Okay. The point is that closure of the Strait of Hormuz really means that we have to get our oil from Russia.
Yes.
Okay. And we should, irrespective of whether Trump allows us to or not, is quite immaterial. We should get as much oil as we can from Russia. Okay, so the immediate problem is quite different. You are raising a problem about future fuel policy. Many people would argue that we should probably even move away from reliance on oil to reliance on other sources of energy. Yes, that we can talk about, but the immediate problem is different.
We can, overseas direct investment will be there now. Recently, Rosneft has said that they are 49% of shares will be sold off now. Reliance company want to purchase that, but there is some hurdles between India and US trade deals. We can make the trade deals easily so that we can import more and more oil easily. There is no problem during the import. Directly we...
But we should not also become dependent on the US for our oil supplies, because Trump is perfectly capable of cutting off your oil supplies if you don't follow his foreign policy. In other words, anybody who can actually act against his diplomatic partners in Europe because they didn't support him on the Iran war is perfectly capable of cutting off your oil supplies if you are dependent on the US. You should diversify your sources as much as possible. You know, I think that is what I would say.
I'm extremely happy that many questions have been asked by the comrades, that they have listened to the speech of Comrade Prabhat Patnaik. I'm very thankful to him for having patiently explained everything. And I request you all to give a standing ovation to Comrade Prabhat Patnaik, because he has to leave now. That is why. Otherwise, he is ready to be for the whole day. It is not an issue at all. But unfortunately, he has to leave right now to catch his flight. Thank you very much. I request Comrade Dinesh and Maxi to hand over a memento. Come this side, sir. Come this side. Come to the front. Maxi, join. Bhupate, आप भी जाएंगे.
प्लीज क्यों घूम रहे हैं भाई बीच में? वो अरे टेक योर सीट. ब्रांच में कैसे काम करते हैं ब्रांच में भाई? क्या बात है? इफ यू कांट सिट 2 hours 3 hours, क्या कर सकते हैं आप? कुछ नहीं होने वाला है. इतनी बार आप लोग से रिक्वेस्ट कर रहे हैं, अपील कर रहे हैं, आप बैठ जाओ, सुनिए, कम से कम समझिए तो कुछ चीजों को.
May I now request Comrade P.C. Sridhar, Vice President Federation of Bank of India Staff Unions, to kindly introduce Justice K. Chandru. Comrade P.C.
Dear comrades, after listening to Comrade Professor Prabhat Patnaik, the eminent economist, now we have another distinguished speaker amongst us, and is none other than Justice Chandru. We can call him Comrade Justice Chandru also. And Justice Chandru is a former judge of the Madras High Court and a renowned human rights advocate. you know, despite his age, he's 75 years old, but still he's very active. He's very busy in his activities. He's visiting various places, and he is helping the society in many ways. But today, despite his busy schedule, upon the request of our federation, he has made it a point to come over here, and is present amidst us, and will be benefited by his lecture, and it will be followed by interactive session also. And we very much admire, and we are very happy about his presence here. A small brief I would like to give you about Justice Chandru. Justice Chandru, after his graduation in law in the year 1976, he joined the firm of Messrs. Rao and Reddy, a leading labor firm in Chennai. As a student, he was active in the student movement led by Student Federation of India, SFI, and also simultaneously worked along with the trade unions in Chennai. During his practice in law, he had conducted many labor matters, including number of cases relating to banking sector. In 1997, he was designated as a senior advocate by the Madras High Court. In 2006, he was made as a judge of the Madras High Court, and after a short spell of 7 years, he got retired in the year 2013. During his tenure, he dealt with a number of labor matters out of 96,000 cases he had disposed of. After his retirement, he has been writing in many leading newspapers and web magazines and on current issues, including labor matters. He has written a number of books concerning legal issues, both in Tamil and English. One of his books, Listen to My Case, related to women's issues, have been translated into several languages, including Marathi. His other book, My Judgment in the Light of Ambedkar, was also translated into 4 languages, including Marathi. He has been lecturing on labor law in leading law universities of India. He was given Ambedkar Award by the government of Tamil Nadu. He was appointed as a one-man committee by the government of Tamil Nadu on crucial social issues, including ban on online rummy, running of juvenile homes in Tamil Nadu, and also as to how to reduce caste differences and violence in educational institutions. One more thing, all of us are aware of the film Jai Bhim, and many of you would have seen Jai Bhim also, which was released in many languages, including Hindi. This movie is about the case dealt by Justice Chandru when he was an advocate, and the character in the movie played by actor Surya, whose name is Chandru in the film, is the role played by our justice in that case. Justice Chandru in that case. Justice Chandru was involved in the making of the film from the story discussion to the post-production. And during his tenure, he told nobody should say my lord. He said nobody should say my lord, because so he was helping the lot of underprivileged, downtrodden people. Now he's amidst us. We are very happy about it. We are looking forward to eagerly listening to him. Now the mic is over to Justice Chandru. Thank you.
Dear comrades and friends, I don't know how to greet you. I could safely say good afternoon. Normally in our meetings and our processions and protests, we say Inqilab Zindabad, which we have been saying for several years. But today, I'm afraid that saying Inqilab Zindabad itself is a very threatening message. In fact, their lordships of the Delhi High Court, in the bail application filed by Omar Khalid, a JNU student who was accused of some offense, a 2-judge bench of the Delhi High Court examined the case report. They found in a meeting addressed by him people said Inqilab Zindabad. And then the judges went into the question whether it is proper to say Inqilab Zindabad. They even analyze, in a country like ours, how could you say Inqilab Zindabad? They went into the question of French Revolution, you all know, where the monarchy was removed and democracy was restored. During that process, many people in the royal family were killed. The person who led the protest was a man called Robespierre. The judges wrote a very long order. They said, this Robespierrean usage of Inqilab Zindabad is very dangerous for his country, and therefore bail refused. Now the Supreme Court doesn't know whether to grant bail or not. He is there in 5 years in jail, and recently a division bench said bail is the rule, jail is the exception. Another division bench within 1 day said, no, you can't say like that. We'll refer to a larger bench. Now this bench formation, 2-judge bench, 3-judge bench, 5-judge bench, 9-judge bench, this goes on like that. In fact, we are dealing with labor matters, a small word, industry. In 1947, the Industrial Disputes Act defined what is an industry, Section 2J. Now the definition is nearly about 79 years old. Still the Supreme Court has not given a proper answer. First 2-judge, 3-judge, 7-judge, and Justice Krishnaiyer gave a very final statement in 1978. Again the matter has gone to 9-judge bench. The 9-judge bench last month heard the matter. You will all be wondering, labor matter, a matter of 79 years difficulty, the bench will hear for days together, nothing like that. The Chief Justice said 8 hours, 4 hours for labor, 4 hours for management, judgment reserved. Now we may see the judgment within a short time, maybe after the vacation. Supreme Court goes for a vacation for 2 months. Maybe in the month of August we'll judge the judgment. Why I'm saying this was, do they have time for labor matters? And if it is a very important issue, only 8 hours, an ordinary matter like whether women can go to Ayyappan temple or not, Sabarimala or not. 5-judge bench is decided in 2019. The majority said prohibiting women amount to untouchability, therefore women can go. It's also prohibited by Article 15, which prohibits any kind of discrimination based on caste, religion, sex, descent, or any one of them. Now the Supreme Court, hearing that case, the same 9-judge bench, hearing for the 10 days ad nauseum, and then all kinds of statements are made. The question is, do the labor any more important for the judiciary? It's a very important issue we'll have to decide. Before I could deal with that issue, I must now congratulate you for having completed 75 years, conducting a platinum jubilee. Now when you say 75 years, our president introducing me said, he's 75 years, still he is active, which means I'm having 1 foot in the grave, still active. For a human being, age is a factor. For an organization, age is a criteria. After 75 years of a consolidated experience, we still stand and celebrate our platinum jubilee. We should be proud of the 75 years old. In that sense, you have chosen Mumbai as a venue for celebrating this. Mumbai, you know, is the greatest city in India, especially for the working class, especially for the freedom movement. I will not be out of place to say, in 1946, you had previously non-cooperation movement, Quit India movement, every other movement we had for our independence. In 1946, sailors were in the ship called Talwar, and all other ships joined together. 20,000 soldiers belonging to Royal Indian Navy marched in the seas of Bombay. An army A naval force, which is supposed to be a disciplined force, went and fought in the streets. What is their demand? Fixed working hours, better service condition, non-discrimination. These are the slogans. They were all shot dead. First they called the Gurkha regiment. Gurkha regiment refused to shoot them. Then they brought an elite force. Several soldiers were killed in the streets of Bombay. Several people were arrested and they were en masse dismissed. But what is important today is when that RIN mutiny or RIN uprising took place, the only party which supported that mutiny was Communist Party. We should be proud. Congress Party condemned, Mahatma Gandhi condemned, Muslim League condemned. At the same time, India got independence within 1 year. Why RIN mutiny is so important? Because the then Governor General wrote a letter to the UK government. We have seen enough of India. We cannot rule anymore after this mutiny. It's better for us to get out faster. Today, people who write Indian history will proudly say the last straw on the camel back was RIN uprising. We can proudly say that we supported that movement, unlike others who wanted independence but do not want any striking. After the Constitution was written, they wrote safely an Article 33 which said Parliament can curtail all fundamental rights for armed forces. Armed forces cannot have uniform, they cannot have a union, they cannot have a protest, and therefore today we have a very controlled army. But against the British, against the colonial force, in 1946 this city witnessed a greatest uprising, which was the last the British ever decided to get out of this country. The Governor General letter very clearly said, we have ruled India so far, we cannot rule anymore. When the armed forces are fighting, there is nothing else to protect our own country in this colonial regime. Now it is in that sense, Bombay is one of the important cities. At the same time, I must also tell you, in 1946, there was an International Labour Conference in Paris. Leaders from AITC were sent. At that time, Baba Saheb Ambedkar was a Labour portfolio in the Governor's Council. He gave okay for AITC to go to that conference. And he added one more person, Comrade More, who originally was with Ambedkar and joined the Communist Party. And Ambedkar said, More also will go as an advisor to the delegation. And you must read what was said in Paris. With our own shame, I can tell you, the first thing the delegate spoke in Paris was, in India, the working class is not a class, there are also castes. In the Bombay textile mills, which includes Maharashtra and Gujarat, the Dalit workers are not allowed in textile section, in the weaving section, because of caste factor. I may not go into details, but in an international conference, the same year of 1946, an issue was raised in a foreign place that Indian working class is also caste-based. In fact, Comrade More wrote, even in a trade union office, separate water pots were kept. And therefore, we have two issues. One, our own class issue, irrespective of class. The working class doesn't have boundary. He does not have any territory. He does not have any language. It speaks one language. That is a class liberation. That is why it is said, working class of the world unite. You have nothing to lose except your chains. This slogan, at the same time, while marching towards progress, we cannot put 1/5 of the Indian population away from any kind of a civil right. Today, when you are celebrating 75 years, India has been celebrating the Constitution of India, again 75 years old. In fact, the opposition leader in the parliament, Mr. Rahul Gandhi, takes this book everywhere, very small pocket book. And he's showing to every people, this is the DNA of the Indian people. I was watching the Bihar elections, and there were agriculture women, and there he showed, this is the DNA of the Indian people, and all the women were clapping their hands. Certainly the agriculture women would not have known what is the significance of the Constitution, but nevertheless, today it has become a popular publication. After he started carrying this for the last 3 years, this company, Eastern Book Company, published, they have sold 1,55,000 copies of this book so far. It is not just the lawyers and judges. Constitution doesn't belong to the court. It belongs to the common people. It is in that sense that Constitution has become a living document and become a battleground. Those who want to defend this Constitution, those who want to destroy this Constitution. There are two. In fact, when I say this, I can see Modi ji looking at me in the backside of the hall. And I'm conscious, today the battlefield in the political arena is based on this Constitution. Do you want this document to survive and enhance, or do you want to give up this document? This is the only issue, whether it is a trade union platform or a political platform or a social issue, Constitution has become important. And therefore, what is the Constitution? Today, what is not written, it is not what is written here, it is what the judges say. You know, under Article 32 of the Constitution, where the Supreme Court of India has been formed, has been given enormous power to say what this Constitution means. It is not what is the words that have been there. And therefore, when Article 32 was approved by the Constituent Assembly, Baba Saheb Ambedkar said, I consider this is the heart and soul of the Indian Constitution. Judicial review is the most important exercise that the Constitution has vested with the Supreme Court of India, with all powers, one of the mightiest institutions in the world, even much more powerful than the American Constitution. We must be proud for the same thing. At the same time, what is happening today in Supreme Court and elsewhere, the other High Court also, is very, very sad, very depressing. In fact, last month, when a case came before the Supreme Court, it has nothing to do with the workers. The domestic workers wanted to have a legislation. It came before the present Chief Justice Suryakant. Instead of addressing that issue, he said it is a trade union which are responsible for closure of industries. I don't understand the connection between what they demand before him and what he was telling for the whole world. Today, judges make many kinds of statements. Unlike before, it's also digitized. No judge can say, I never said this. Because they always say, I've been misunderstood. And he said that the trade unions are responsible for closure of many industries. Now we were shocked because we work in a union. We know what is the role of a union. The unions are not anathema for any industry. Without a union, there is no working class. And without a working class, the capital cannot have any such profit-making business. And everybody knows that. After Chief Justice said, I was doing some study on this issue. Recently, in Tamil Nadu, one of the textile owners association, like we have a trade union, they have a chamber of commerce. They released a small press release. They said in the last 1 year, 335 mills have been closed. I was looking what is the reason. The reason was raw material shortage, electricity rates going up, want of market, want of materials, raw materials for the industry. Not one reason about working class being responsible for closure. Now who will go and tell the Chief Justice that what you are saying is wrong? Why you are having so much prejudice against the working class? He never withdrew that statement, but nevertheless that statement. Just few days back, he called the unemployed youth as cockroach and parasite. You must have read in the papers. Is unemployed youth cockroaches? Is unemployed youth a parasite? Forget about the employed people. He did not spare even the unemployed people. The result was Today there is a cockroach Janata party in the internet. Somebody starts the party. Within 2 days, 2 crore people have followers for that cockroach. What did the Modi government do? Just ban that internet, ban that application. You can't shut your eyes. Call the unemployed youth and say you are cockroach, and then say you get away from that, and then say you block the internet. Now this is something which we'll have to be very worried about that. Judges today now think that they are running the country. What you should do, what you should eat, what you should say, what you should protest. I am not out of place. The same in Bombay. 3 months back, Marxist Party wanted to organize a meeting in the Azad Maidan. The meeting is to condemn Gaza occupation by Israel. We can occupy. Today the major issue today is a American invasion of Iran. There was also big war goes on in Ukraine by the Russian forces. And world war doesn't stop with the boundaries of those countries which are involved. Today we feel the pinch of supply, shortage of petrol, shortage of cooking gas. We see the pinch. Last 3 days, 3 times price have been increased for petrol. It has crossed the 3-digit margin. Now why we can't discuss? Now the Commissioner of Police, Bombay, he said we will not allow this meeting. You can't protest against Gaza occupation. Now the only place to go to the court. They went to the court. And the judges asked the question, why can't you fight for some local issues? Why you are going to all the way to Gaza, some 2,000 kilometers away? I am asking the question, who are the judges to say what the workers should protest or not? Which issue they take it apart on? In fact, for their lordship's information, that we are the only group, we continue to protest on all issues. Not only ward issue, not only local issue, not only state issue, but even national, international issue. As I told in the beginning, the working class have no boundary. Working class stand united all over the world. If there is going to be a war, the war is going to have the pinch. For example, many factories have advertised, bring your own food from home. Not work from home, bring lunch from your home. Now this is a slogan. Now what do? We have a canteen committee, we have a subsidized food. Now all subsidies have gone. Very soon you will also see some of your banking headquarters, the canteen will be shut down, or some items will not be available. Many factories have started giving a lesser food output. Now this is an issue which every people in India is concerned with. But the Bombay High Court judges say, we cannot allow. Don't protest against Gaza. Don't protest against the Iranian attack. Don't protest against. Then what is to be protested? Should we not protest what is bugging us? Should we only ask for what is being given to us? This is the most important issue that we should consider. When it comes to the trade union movement, you must know one thing, that recently in Delhi, several automobile industry workers went on a strike. What is the demand? They are not asking for Gaza. They are not talking about Iran or Ukraine. They want to have minimum wage. In Haryana border and Noida border of Delhi, today a skilled worker gets only 19,000 rupees. A pittance. Not enough to run a family in Delhi. And now they say this 19,000 rupees is just not enough. Last 5 years, the workers in the Haryana border were started from 10,000 to 19,000. With the 19,000 rupees, what will you do? And the workers are attacked. They were arrested. And many of them are still in jail, not getting bail order. And now suddenly somebody says, there is a conspiracy. Somebody in Madras sent mail or internet congratulating them. Why we can't send? When the Americans were attacking the Vietnam, we were fighting in the streets of Bombay, we were fighting in the streets of Madras, we were fighting in the streets of Calcutta. Vietnam war doesn't mean Vietnam and America. We will not allow a small country to be crushed by an American imperialism. And today when you allow, we see so many other developments. Tariff increase, throwing out physically people who don't have formal documents in America. America is not just a friendly country. You can go and talk to them and come back and then say, great diplomatic victory. We are yet to see what is the diplomatic victory. Now, when this conspiracy theory, that too in a working class struggle, fighting for a minimum wage. Today, you know, there are 4 new labor codes have come in. 29 labor laws have gone. 4 new laws have come. It has been notified last month. One of the 4 codes, one is called OSHO code. OSHO does not mean Rajanish. OSHO means occupational health and safety of the workers. Even naming that code, they have no originality. There is already American law in 1970 called as OSHO Act. They've just copied that same act. Now that act, when you introduce that act, when you want to have a new code, first thing they do, what about minimum wage? Now we have a social security code. Minimum wage act is removed. Now there is a social security code. That code guarantees a minimum wage. Who will fix the minimum wage? Central government will fix the minimum wage. So far, minimum wage in respect of non-central industries is fixed only by the state government. That is why in Tamil Nadu, in Maharashtra, in Kerala, the minimum wage is high. Now that power to fix a minimum wage is now taken away by the central government. Why? No answer. Now they call it as a national floor wage. What is the national floor wage? They've talked about 18,000 rupees. Now what is the Delhi workers are demanding? You are already getting 19,000. You are now talking about national floor wage. Now what about our living? We are all skilled workers, not a casual worker, not an ad hoc worker, not a temporary worker. We have been working for several years and we know the job. And then you beat them up. And suddenly one conspiracy theory comes in. Comrades, I want to tell you one thing. What is this conspiracy? This has been there during the British days. When the working class meet, Singaravelar, who is a trade union leader from Tamil Nadu, he goes and meets somebody in Delhi. And that Delhi person goes to Kanpur. Then there is a conspiracy case. Somebody goes to Meerut and have a meeting. Meerut conspiracy case. Everything is a conspiracy because you want to overthrow the British. Now we have an independent India. The workers can fight. There is a constitutional guarantee to protest. There is a minimum wage act where you can demand more than what has been already paid. Now you say conspiracy. I want to ask a simple question. In 1926, when the Trade Union Act was enacted, 2 guarantees were given. First guarantee, while going on strike, no civil court can grant injunction against the strike. Otherwise, they will grant a stay order by a civil court. The second important thing is Section 18, which says no strike, a conspiracy criminal case can be foisted. That you cannot accuse the trade union leaders of conspiring to reduce the profit or reduce the property of a owner. Now Section 18 is an immunity against conspiracy cases. Otherwise, Section 120B of the Indian Penal Code says criminal conspiracy. Any crime you want to commit, there is also a conspiracy, 120B. Now, the trade union leaders were given relief that if you call for a strike, there is no criminal conspiracy. IPC cannot be invoked. The same 120B is there in our new Bharatiya Nyaya Sanghita of 2023. But why did the people now say conspiracy? Therefore, you should understand one important issue, that whenever workers protest, these new ideas come in. These ideas are not something today. It's been ages. What happened to Meerut conspiracy? What happened to Kanpur conspiracy? There are so many other state-level conspiracies. In Tamil Nadu, there were 6-7 conspiracy cases. Nothing succeeded. It's a British government attempt to suppress any kind of a protest. Now the same thing starts. It is not something new today. You will be understanding. When they were reading about my curriculum, they said I worked in an office, labor office called Rao and Reddy. The founder of Rao and Reddy, a law firm, is Mr. V.G. Rao, Ombudkure Gunanandan Rao. He is a barrister. He went to England and came back. His father sent him to England to become a Indian civil service, our equivalent of IAS. He went and joined the Communist Party. He became a communist. And then in order to tell his family, I'm doing something, he joined law. He became a barrister and came back. And in Madras, then it was a presidency, the entire South India, there was one High Court. He started the firm Rao and Reddy. It was at that time, in 1948, the Communist Party was banned. There was no Communist Party working openly. And Mr. V.G. Rao had an organization called People's Educational Society. A society to educate the people about the good things, about socialism, about the state ownership, all of that. Now that society had a bank account, so they were collecting money and then doing. The then state of Madras, the British government at that time, banned that organization, called it as an unlawful organization, unlawful association. It also banned and frozen the bank account. V.G. Rao, true to his spirit of fight, as soon as the constitution came in 1950, he said that when you say unlawful, Article 19 talks about right to form an association. 19(1)(c), right to form an association include a fundamental right. And therefore, how do you ban this? And then the government has got no answer because there is a new constitution. This constitution giving you a bundle of rights. And then you say it's an unlawful organization. The Madras High Court ruled you cannot ban because there is a fundamental right to form an association. You cannot freeze the account of the association because the association has the right to collect funds and spend it for itself. Now that case went to Supreme Court. The state of Madras went to Supreme Court. At that time there was a Congress government and they pursued. Don't think that we got freedom from British and the Congress guaranteed all the right. Congress did the same, how to suppress the working movement. And now Supreme Court dismissed that case. Any student of constitutional law, the first constitutional case was V.G. Rao was a state of Madras, where the right to form an association, the right to form a trade union has been established as a fundamental right. It did not come like that. People suffered. People fought in court and were able to get a right, and that's how the first right. It's not only in Madras. You come to Bombay. We had two brilliant lawyers. Many people in banking industry must know. The first case in Sen Award, then Sastry Award, were all fought by these two lawyers, K.T. Sule and A.S.R. Chari. People must read history. Without knowing history, there is no point in celebrating Platinum Jubilee and then Centenary. Those are the people who are responsible for this association. And these two, what is the crime they do? They were fighting for the workers in the Bombay. And then they were arrested under the notorious Bombay Maintenance of Security Act of 1947. These are not brought by British, they were brought by the India, the new government. And they were arrested and kept in jail. And they want to fight the case. They need not engage a lawyer because they themselves were lawyers, very brilliant lawyers, because of them we are enjoying many rights today. Now when they were in jail, they wrote a letter to the Chief Justice of the Bombay High Court, Mr. M.C. Chagla. You must have known M.C. Chagla became later as the ambassador to US and High Commissioner of United Kingdom. They wrote a letter. We are sitting in the jail. We want to fight our case in the Bombay High Court, but we have no books in the jail. Please allow us to consult High Court Library. And it was great of Chagla said, please bring the prisoners to High Court Library, let them see the book. And they filed and argued their case. Though they lost the case later, the working leaders, the union leaders, were not enjoying life of any pleasure, of any high income. They were suffered. They were put in jail. And because of their jail and sacrifice, we are now sitting in an air-conditioned hall celebrating Platinum Jubilee. When the first industrial law came, the Industrial Disputes Act, what did they do? All the private banks, you go to the tribunal. There's a National Industrial Tribunal presided by a judge from Calcutta High Court, K.C. Sen. You might have not known K.C. Sen Award. The tribunal had 3 judges. While they were hearing the case, because the first time, all the banks were there before them. At that time, there was no nationalized bank, except Reserve Bank, which is a government bank, which is not a normal bank. And there was a state bank, which was the successor of Imperial Bank. Except that, there was no nationalized bank. All of them are private bank, owned by the Tatas and Birlas. And they were also using the money for their own industry. And when this case came before the tribunal, what the government did was, there was one member, Chandrasekhar Nair, justice. He was appointed in the Boundary Commission. Most important, you must watch. While he was a tribunal member, he was also Boundary Commission. What is the Boundary Commission? In 1956, India decided to have all the states on linguistic basis. Maharashtra means Maratha language. Tamil Nadu means Tamil will be language. Andhra will become Telugu. So on a linguistic, this was a decision taken during the pre-British days. When they make a linguistic state, there are border disputes. In fact, Maharashtra is still having dispute with Karnataka on the Belgaum, now called the Belagavi. Now there is a dispute, everywhere there are dispute. Now this Chandrasekhar Nair 2-3 times went for the Boundary Commission case. And those 3 days, the other 2 members were conducting the tribunal. Finally, the award came. The employers, particularly Bank of India and 2 other banks, challenged it in the Supreme Court, saying one of the tribunal member was not present, at least in several occasions. Therefore, the award is invalid. Now, during the course of the award, they also granted interim relief. Some of the banks implemented the interim relief, subject to the award. Now, Supreme Court surprisingly said, since Justice Chandrasekhar Nair was not there in 2-3 hearing, it cannot be held as a fair hearing, therefore award is closed. The first disappointment for the working class, especially for the banking employees, came in 1951, when the Supreme Court said, Sen award is bad. Now some of the employers, some of the banks wanted to withdraw it. And the AABA gave a call to protest against withdrawal of already given benefits. You have given money, I have spent the money. Now where is the question of return? And then many workers were dismissed. One of the workers is our Parwana, who was working in Punjab Nationalist Bank. And several workers were dismissed. Several banks, I will not go there. Now after a long time, Parwana fought his case from 1952 to 58. In 58, Punjab National Bank was told their dismissal was wrong. So Parwana had an opportunity to go back. He did not go back. He said, I will not work anymore. I will work for my own people. And he worked for AABA. And today he is one of the tall leaders of AAB. He could have gone and become an officer also. He did not go. He sacrificed his life. There are several people in the banking industry which came as a union leader because of these cases. And they all decided to become union office bearers and work for the working class. And you can read Punjab National Bank, you can read Bharat National Bank case. There are several cases. And now these victories finally resulted in Shastri Award. Shastri Award, we always say award. What is an award? Award is a judgment of a tribunal, that's all. And why it is Shastri? Because Punjab Shastri was the tribunal. And for the first time, the banking industry got some service condition where the disciplinary actions are codified, temporary employees are told to have minimum, and there are several other. If you read the Shastri Award, just not call yourself as award staff. What is the award? Award is a judgment of a tribunal. Now for the first time, using the Industrial Disputes Act, we were able to gain some uniform service condition. Private bank became more organized. One of these Bank of India, so several banks. And now, when that award came, under the Disputes Act, an award is valid for only 1 year. When 53 we got Shastri Award, we could have gone for a 54, another proceeding. We did not go because the government of India will never allow any new dispute. Shastri Award came to be replaced by Desa Award after 9 years. 51 Sen Award closed, 53 Shastri Award replaced by Desai Award in 1962, we took 9 years. Then we realized that going through this process is not going to help us. The best method is a bilateral talk. Best method is a direct negotiation, not through the court verdict, because all judges may not be similar. There may be some judges like Suryakant who may be sitting and saying, blaming the workers for all the closure without even knowing what it is, blaming the unemployed youth as cockroaches, thereby making the youth of this country more angry. He is not doing any good service. Today, there is a strong feeling. Even I saw some board when I coming from the airport, join Cockroach Janata Party. And then who's responsible for all this? And now today we'll see when we say bilateral settlement, 1 to 12, the 12th bilateral settlement has to be over. We are going to start the process. What did the bank employees learn? The premier organization, AIB, what did he learn? You have an Industrial Disputes Act. You can resolve all disputes, all right. How long it will take? How long to wait? Why not we have a direct negotiation? How can you have a direct negotiation unless you have a strength? Every direct negotiation is only because of the strength of the party. If you have some few members, nobody will speak to you. In fact, in Bombay, there is a Hindu office. One man called Saliveteswaran, he was dismissed. He went to the court against his dismissal. They said, you cannot come alone. Your union will have to support. Without a union, workers have nothing. And those days, without a union, dismissal cannot go on. Therefore, the strengthening of the union, the unity of the working class, and the relative power to strike, these are the issues which can strengthen the union. When you are now trying to say, in fact, Comrade Chandrasekhar was saying, we must have classes on new labor code, all that is correct. What is the labor code has done to us? Or what is the earlier legislation have done to us? We must understand that. Without understanding how we can go there, understanding what is this new legislation going to, is going to improve our service, is going to improve our service condition. What is it they have done? In fact, Modi, on the day when they inaugurated the new code, on 25th November 2025, they said new Atmanirbhar. What is Atmanirbhar? I don't understand. They claimed all kinds of relief, only to say there was no rules framed. The act could not come in. Therefore, they suddenly announced the existing laws will continue. The same position today. No state government has framed a rule. Then how does the new law will come in? But they are saying full page advertisement. New arise on gig workers, platform workers, unorganized workers. What did you do? Make some laws, namesake laws. What is the relief you have given? Zero relief. What is the gig workers got? No, nothing they got work. What is the platform workers got? Nothing they got. In fact, Tamil Nadu government at least arranged some air-conditioned rest shed in public places so that these boys who are going in two-wheelers can stay and take rest. There is no other relief given to any of the gig workers. Take the contract workers. What is the relief they have given? Nothing, zero. I can tell you without fear of contradiction. They have destroyed every gain that have made over 100 years. These labor legislations that started from 1923 till 100 years have gone. What is that we have done? Only new things, two things. Trade union recognition. If you are already having more than 50%, you will have a 51%. You may get recognition. That too is the employer willing. But there is no corresponding liability that you should speak to the trade union movement. Now we don't need any recognition. We have already been recognized. We don't need your law. What is the other thing that you have done? We have been fighting for over the period. After 1970, Indira Gandhi nationalized 14 nationalized banks. 14 banks have become on the public sector bank. Then further 6 banks have come. Today we find deregulate this bank, denationalize the bank. There is no such word, denationalize. That means giving it to the private. Now this is what the trend, what started as a progressive course, now taking to a retrospective or a retrieval step that has been taking place. Now when these new nationalized banks have come in, we were able to agitate many issues other than normal wage, other than normal DA and bonus issues. We were able to issue so many issues. Now your new code, this new code, even the old code says, if you go to the labor court and get an award in your favor, the approval for the award must come from the central government. You have not seen, when you go to the court, get a judgment. Why should the government approve? Government is also a party in that case. How can the party approve my own victory? This has happened in the State Bank case. State Bank employees went and got customary bonus from the Madras Industrial Tribunal, Central Government Tribunal. They went to the High Court, dismissed. Went to the Supreme Court, dismissed. So the State Bank employees were able to say, apart from profit sharing bonus, you can have customary bonus. Now what did the government do? They placed a resolution in the parliament. What is the name of the resolution? To nullify the customary bonus award given to State Bank employees. Perhaps this is the only law. The Industrial Disputes Act is the only law, which is now called as Industrial Relation Code. The only law where even if you win, I must say yes or no. I can go to the parliament and nullify. Never this has happened in a judicial forum. You go to the court, you engage lawyers, you fight your case and win the case. High Court confirms, Supreme Court confirms, now the central government nullifies. Then what remains in these laws? When the new law came, Industrial Relation Code, earlier it was Industrial Disputes. And Justice Jayakendra Gadkar, National Labour Commission said, the word dispute is jarring, make it as a relation. That means there will be better relation. So they changed the name. Now what is the same provision? What is in section 17A is also there in 75. Now the government can nullify any award that you go to and get from the court. They will simply remove it. It has not been there. In fact, Supreme Court said once there is a separation between executive and judiciary, government cannot have any power to say whether they are agreeing with the judgment or not. When we find, after Supreme Court has said that, the new law will remove those provisions. They have added this provision. That shows the impunity in which the parliament is acting. You know, all the 4 laws were passed in the parliament when opposition was walked out, simply passed without any discussion. And there are 4 codes are before you, and they are touting the greatest revival for the Indian working class. And now what you have, I'm asking you 2 issues I'm telling you. In the Indian Bank, they were having appraiser, gold appraiser. They'll bring their own asset, they'll bring their own tools, they'll come on their own time, there's no fixed time, and they will say this is a gold, 22 karat gold, you can give loan. And if they say it's a fake gold, no loan. It's a very important exercise for the bank. No manager will give gold loan without a certificate of the appraiser. But who is the certificate? Who is the appraiser? He is not our employee. He is an independent contractor. He brings his own tools. He comes on his own time. Nobody supervises work. We went to the court and said, without an appraiser, no loan can be sanctioned. It's an independent, it's an inevitable part of a banking transaction. You can't make them on contract basis. You will have to make them regularized. We succeeded before tribunal. We succeeded before the Madras High Court. We succeeded before the Supreme Court also. Today the appraisers were made as regular bank employees. Not only thing, take Indian Overseas Bank. There are canteen workers, canteen management committee. The place will be given by the bank, the electricity will be given by the bank, the vessels will be purchased by the bank, and then the employees will decide the price along with the management, and therefore it's a canteen management committee. They are not our employees. Everything else to the bank except the employee. This issue was taken to the Madras Tribunal. Matter went up to Supreme Court. They said, you cannot have a canteen workers as a contract employee. Now we have the greatest problem in our banking industry is outsourcing. Everything is outsourced. Security, outsourced. Sweeper, outsourced. Courier, outsourced. Then what is remaining? Only award staff and the management, that's all. Now this is the greatest threat for any union because in those days, we were able to fight and get some relief for these workers. Now what is the wonderful labor code now says? You take the OSHO code, by which Contract Labor Act is removed. Now there is a new code, it talks about two things. First thing, core activity, that is a direct activity. Then they have a non-core activity. What is a non-core activity? Everything else is a non-core activity. The contract workers, whether it's a courier, whether it is a canteen workers, whether it is a sweeper, whether it is a security guard, or any worker is not directly connected with the industry, they are all non-core activity. Why there is a non-core activity? Because contract labor can never be removed from the non-core activity. Whatever demand that we raise with the management, these contract workers should be regularized. Earlier it was possible. The court can have a say. Today, under the new act, neither the court nor the government can do anything. Employers are happy with outsourced labor. The result is, in many of the industries, especially in Tamil Nadu, we know, 80% of the workers are outsourced workers, 20% are regular workers. Now these 20% get everything under the statute. The 80% remain out of the state. You celebrate centenary year for your labor legislation. You celebrate 75 years of your trade union. What happens to these workers? Nothing can happen. Now the contract workers will remain as contract workers forever. Even if you want tomorrow, they should be abolished. They will not agree because abolition means going out of service. Now we have reached a stage where, while we are celebrating 100 years of our legislation, while we are celebrating platinum jubilee of our union for carrying brilliant agitations and conducting several bilateral negotiations, waiting for the 13th bilateral, we will have majority of the workers who are seeking for social justice, who are seeking for permanency, who are seeking for fair minimum wage. All of them will be kept outside. When I talked about Shastri Award says if a worker does work below 3 hours, he is a part-time employee. Above 3 hours, they are regular employees. There is nothing like not covered by award. Today, the central government, using the parliament majority, completely removed every kind of a outsourced worker from being regularized or being social justice rendered to them. The result is, within the industry, within any industry, whether banking industry or any manufacturing sources, you will find a virtual caste system. You have a contract worker, you have a temporary worker, then you have a permanent worker, then you have, these are the things. And if you have bigger union, then there are greater safety. Now this contract system, who is affecting is an ordinary sweeper. When I go to the bank, which is next to my house, that sweeper lady is asking me, sir, will I get permanency? Can I tell her nothing is possible? I come back, putting my head ashamed, because I can never tell her that you have no right in law. I can't even see her face, but she works every day and clean the bank. Without a clean bank, will you allow customers to come? In fact, I remember in 1958, in an industry in Uttar Pradesh, they said they were maintaining a lawn, they were maintaining a garden. Many of the headquarters, they have a big lawn. And there are malis, gardeners. The gardener went to the court. They said, no, we are a manufacturing process. And this gardener is only pouring water to the Supreme Court wrote, you want to have a building appealing to the public, you want to maintain a garden, then the Mali is also your worker. You can't disown him. This was the position earlier. Today it's not possible because a sweeper who sweeps our bank, a courier who delivers our letters, a security guard who watches your bank, all of them are outsourced labor. And what is the labor law that we are now talking about? At the time of our Platinum Jubilee, we have reached a stage where there is a greater conflict. When there was agriculture laws were brought in, you know, the entire Delhi was in siege. The peasants who virtually put a siege to Delhi. Finally, Modi Shah government has to withdraw the agriculture laws. But today with impunity, they passed all the 4 courts without any majority. After 6 years, they framed a rule and notified it last week. And with great vigor, they are able to say, they challenge your right to protest, your right to raise a dispute. If my body is affected, I go to a surgeon. He says, no amount of ointment will have to do cutting operation. It's possible because it's my body. In order to save my body, I can cut. Today, in any industry, the union cannot decide what kind of outsourced workers the management should have. In fact, under the new definition, not only these employment, any work which is not directly connected to the manufacturing process is also a non-core activity. Now then, what is the union that we are now running? It has come to a question, we'll have to ask ourselves, are we relevant anymore as a union, as a working class? Working class of the world unite, we may shout slogans, but then what does that unity is going to bring in? Are we able to remove these laws? Are we able to throw these laws out? We can't. And therefore, the larger question is not our own personal peculiar advantage. The larger question is, my own brother, my own sister, I will not allow them to be here as a security guard on contract basis. My own sister be here as a sweeper in this place forever, for all time to come. And therefore, we will have to plan a new strategy by which the so-called unorganized labor, the so-called outsourced labor, they should be brought within us. That is how, in the first earlier Shastri Award, we brought several safeguards for all banking employees. I remember in Madras, there was a bank called Pandian Bank. They engaged a BCom graduate with 300 rupees, apprentice clerk. What will he do? He will do every work because he is a BCom graduate. But then they call it as an apprentice clerk. Matter went to the court, first to the tribunal and to the High Court. High Court said, by labeling them as apprentice, we will not agree. Give them the wage of a regular clerk. We were able to win matters in court because there was fairness in the legislation. Today, all fairness, all powers are removed, either to the court or to anybody for that matter. Therefore, we should ask a fundamental question that the next few years, what is the struggle that you are going? Not my wage, but my own brothers and sisters who are working in the bank. They are not few in number. They are not one sweeper. Everything is now outsourced. And this non-core activity, 9 types of employments are outsourced. And then what is the union that will have? Sir, he is outsourced. I remember in 10 years back, central government decided not to buy any car, not to engage any official driver. So even judges, newly appointed tribunal judges, were given only taxi, tourist taxi. One of my friends, after my retirement, he took a job in a tribunal chairman, intellectual property appellate tribunal. First day, when he was sitting in the house, in the gate one car came. It was a tourist taxi. So he asked that assistant, whose taxi is coming? Sir, for you only it is coming. Why? I am a chairman of the All India Tribunal. No, sir, now only taxis only you will get. Now this is what happens to judges. Now the same thing happens to everybody else also. Now this outsourcing is a malaise. I remember in 1929, when the British Royal Labour Commissioner came to India, there was a lot of cry in the British Parliament that the Indian working class are being exploited. The colonial government has got no responsibility. They said, we'll go and find out. A Royal Commission came to India, saw all the places. In their report, they said that if the workers are allowed to form union, their sheer strength will give them a better service condition. We are not recommending any other law. In the same report, they said, we cannot conceive that within an establishment there can be 2-3 employers as opposed to any kind of a fair notion. Therefore, they were also opposed to any kind of a contract system. In 1974, Justice Chinnappa Reddy wrote an order in the railway catering cleaners. Catering is railway employment. The cleaning fellow who does cleaning after the service, he is a contract. Justice Chinnappa Reddy asked the question, a contract system is a decadent capitalist system. How is the central government, far from being a model employer, allow contract system? Now this is another issue which we will have to take up. They are taking the laws towards backward side. And as a union which has been in existence for 75 years, our next progress is that none in our campus can ever be called as an alien worker. As a worker of somebody else, they must be our bank's workers. And they will be part of our own brothers and sisters. Unless that decision is taken, there will be no relevance to the union. The second issue I want to tell you, and also the time I won't stand with your lunch. Second issue is a social issue. Today we are celebrating 100 years of Vaikam. People were not allowed to walk in the streets next to the temple, not even temple entry. Vaikam became a national movement. Mahatma Gandhi came to Kerala. At that time it was the Travancore Maharajas were ruling, not a British India. Mahatma Gandhi said, let me go and talk to those Orthodox people. What is their objection? The talks went on for 8 hours. The Vaikam Orthodox people and Mahatma Gandhi. There are the record, the dialogue is recorded. Anybody wants to read, they can read the document. Not merely celebrating a centenary, but what really happened. Finally, after 8 hours, Gandhi got exhausted. He told them, I am asking a fundamental question. Which Shastra, which Dharma Shastra says some people should be get out? The answer from those orthodoxy group is a very shocking. They said, Babuji, not everything should be based on Shastra. There is something called faith. There is something called practice. My father, my grandfather, my great-grandfather practiced this. Therefore, I am also practicing. And therefore, I need not justify what Shastra allows. Is there a Shastric injunction? Gandhi got frustrated and he left the place. Finally, the agitation became more intensive. The Kerala, the Travancore Maharaja issued a decree. Not only they can walk in the street, they can also enter the temple. That's a greater moment. Now we are also going to celebrate the Mahat Conference centenary. In fact, this December, that Mahat Conference, which is just 100 kilometers from here, there was a tank, Saudar tank. It was owned by the municipality, maintained by the municipality. But the Dalits are not allowed to take water. For what reason? No, they will pollute. And now, when the municipality spends tax money, maintain a public tank, how you can have a section that people cannot have? So the Mahat Conference was essentially made to take water from the place. Why? The water can be get anywhere else. And Dr. Ambedkar said, I can get water from anywhere else, but it is to register that we are also human beings. In no way we can be separated. So the Mahat Conference passed a resolution in the month of March. When they passed a resolution, the subcourt in Mahat gave an injunction, nobody should enter the temple. Finally, the injunction was vacated around some technical ground. In December, the 3-day Mahat Conference was held celebrating this achievement of people having access to public place. On the last day of the conference, Ambedkar did something which is unexpected. He took a copy of a Manusmriti and then lit fire on this. For the first time in this country, on 1926 December, 24th December, a copy of the Manusmriti was burned. He gave an answer that Manusmriti is by dividing people by caste, by dividing people on a hierarchical basis and keeping them on a different level and giving them different duty, you are removing any kind of equality. Therefore, it's only a symbolic gesture. Now we are going to celebrate that. During the hearing in the Sabarimala case before the 9-judge bench, I was able to see that hearing. It was shocking. People were arguing the same thing which was argued in Vaikam, the same thing which was argued in Saudar Tank, that there is something called faith. In fact, Tushar Mehta, the Solicitor General, told the court that the morality which is found in Article 25, which guarantees religion, which says on grounds of moral, you can make reform. He says the word morality should be read as sadachar. Sadachar means achara, that practice. In fact, Dr. Ambedkar writing on that says, sadachar is bigger than smriti and shastra. For sadachar, you cannot analyze whether this is a good practice or a bad practice, because it is superior than smriti and shastra. And therefore, this Solicitor General arguing, the word moral should be read as sadachar, which means we will carry every practice. Whether women should be allowed or not, that is a practice. The court cannot interfere. Now these people take all arguments to backwards. Therefore, all the reform that has happened in this country, in fact, they are working class. did not only fight for economic reasons. The trade unions in this country also fought for the freedom of this country. The first resolution for independent India, totally free India, was not passed by Tilak. It was passed by the ABA and the Communist Party, which passed this resolution. We need a total independence. And every struggle that the trade unions have participated in the Indian freedom struggle. And therefore, we cannot allow this country to go backwards in the name of so-called practice. In fact, in 1946, in the Paris ILO meeting, when the Indian workers raised the issue that within the industry there are caste difference. Today we can be proud we have removed to great extent that kind of difference. Now these arguments, based on theory of pollution, based on theory of untouchability, keeping 1/5 of the Indian humanity away from us, that can never be allowed. And that is why the Mahat Conference centenary, which is next year, this December, should also be part of the working class movement to say that the working class is class-based, which has no difference based on any religion, any caste. And we'll stand united. And only that kind of unity can win a greater relief for us. And finally, I want to conclude today, every issue, whether it's a case of food, whether it's a case today, the 28th, we are going to have Bagrit, no cutting of beef. In Bengal, they passed a law. There is no export of beef export from Bengal. Why only one state? It can be exported from Maharashtra. In fact, most of the exporters are all Modi supporters only. They're not, on the one hand, they talk about beef. On the other hand, the greatest revenue they get from, I can give you the name of our transport minister. He has got a company which exports beef. And now, who is to say what you should eat, which language you should speak, and whose leader you should elect? Now, this is all very greater threat to Indian democracy. And therefore, the working class have got a greater right to protect. Now, even in the marriage, if two adults, a boy and a girl who are above 21 years, they can get married. Some other states have passed a law, you must get collector approval, just because you belong to some other religion. Now, this is something which is unheard of. The parents are agreeing, or somebody else is agreeing, and they are adult to decide, and they get married. And that's what the law is all about. Today you bring a law, you say love jihad, we want to prevent love jihad. In Uttar Pradesh, they have registered 10,000 cases, and the Allahabad High Court and the Supreme Court has squashed at least 250 cases, saying that what kind of a law that you are having? Why should the collector give permission for my marriage? Now they talk about uniform code. Now all this, which is very dangerous trend that we are going through. I remember recently we had a meeting in Belgavi. Karnataka government brought a legislation, and that normally we have a legislation called so-and-so name. Now there is a new trend. You can have a legislation named after somebody. When a girl in the Car Medical College died in Calcutta, that legislation called Aparajita legislation. When there is an amendment to JJ Act, it's called Nirbhaya amendment. Now the Karnataka, there in Belgavi we had a meeting. We also saw the final text. That bill is called Iva Namava bill. I know the people from Karnataka will know. There was a ruler in 16th century, Basava. Basava also wrote so many texts for giving ethical codes. That's called Vachana. So this bill was named as Iva Namava bill. I was wondering what is the Iva Namava bill? What is the actual text of Basava? In fact, I was able to get that text. I'll read because you can understand. Any language will understand if it is having a social justice background. He says, Iva Yarava, Iva Yarava, Iva Yarava, Ennadingo. Don't say who are these people, don't say who are these people, don't ever think. Iva Namava, Iva Namava, Iva Namava, Endi Helaya. Say always they are ours, they are ours. And therefore, this Vachana, which is now part of the Karnataka bill, which has been passed, which says that a man and a woman can get married, is a fundamental right. No court can ever interfere, no authority can ever interfere. And this is something which is a new social emancipation. And in that process, I was able to see this Vachana by Basava of 16th century, who says, Iva Namava, tell always he is ours, and therefore this slogan is always important for the working class, because we never divide. We always have a inclusive, not an exclusive. Finally, I want to tell you, in fact, I went through all the labor judgment. I'm not going to delay you. 700 judgments of the last 75 years. What did the Supreme Court can do? I published a small book I gave in our meeting in Nagpur. Also, we gave it. You can also have the book. After analyzing our 75 years, I was able to get only one thing. I wrote a foreword. In 1967, when EMS Namboodiripad became the second government in Kerala, he was given an interview to the papers. They said, what do you say about the judiciary? He said without any reservation, being a Marxist scholar, he said, the judiciary is always subject to the economic system of the country. There's nothing like a justice beyond the economic system. This is what he said. Very innocent answer. A contempt petition was filed against the sitting chief minister. The Kerala High Court punished him with 1,000 rupees fine. The sitting chief minister was punished for saying that the economic system is always superior than any other system, whether you have a political system or a judicial system. He went to Supreme Court. Mr. V.K. Krishnamenon was a former defense minister who was also a barrister. He argued the case. He said that the economic system is always superior to any system is a Marxist understanding. How you can punish for EMS Namboodiripad for saying the obvious? Then the judges said, they wrote an order. The 1,000 rupees was reduced to 50 rupees. Because at that time, the chief minister's salary was 500 rupees. And EMS was going to the secretariat by cycle. They said, he's a poor man, we will reduce the fine. But conviction, we will retain. And they also said, EMS does not know Marxism. I was taken aback because the first time I read as a law student, I could not believe what Marx said, what Engels said about economic superiority, how EMS can be punished by the Indian Supreme Court. You know, under the Contempt of Courts Act, if you tell the truth, it's not an offense. It is not a contempt. And when I wrote this book, I quoted this incident, saying EMS was unjustly punished without any material. And today I have proved in my analysis, after the liberalization and globalization and privatization, the three-word LPG, today every law is subject to LPG, and every judgment is subject to LPG, and therefore the Supreme Court should tender apology for convicting EMS Namboodiripad. Thank you.
Comrade, as usual, any questions? Comrade. Slip it, give it in a slip. No, some questions.
थैंक्स करिए ना उनको, थैंक्स करिए, सब भाग जाएगा, उनको थैंक्स करिए। सुनिए, आप थैंक्स गिविंग कर दीजिए उनका केवल।
Comrades, due to paucity of time, if somebody asks, our Bopate will write and give it to him. 15 minutes. Comrade, 15 minutes. Come.
Since the government has introduced a delimitation bill, Bill 2026, so in which the seats of Lok Sabha has been increased to be increased from 545 to 850. So my question is to Justice Chandru, will this move help the government to alter or to amend the constitution amendment, that is Article 368 of the Indian Constitution? Will this move help the government to alter or to amend the constitution amendment as per their political desire? Because any amendment for constitution amendment requires 2/3 of majority. It will help the government. So will this move help the government by increasing the seats from 545 to 850 in Lok Sabha? Hope it's clear. Yes. Yes.
First question on the delimitation bill being defeated. Now, whether it requires a 2/3 majority, more than anything else, I started by saying that common people have understood Constitution, and in the 2024 election, they did not give BJP clear majority. They only got 240 seats, which is short of even a simple majority. Now, this is what I always say, the common people have got best sense, and giving a majority means they can pass any kind of law, and therefore they reduce. In fact, one of the slogan in the 2024 was that Aapki Baar, 400 Baar. Even Modi came to Chennai. 8 times he came during the election. The last meeting, there was an open rally. He was taken in an open car. So somebody shouted, Aapki Baar. As you know, Madras people doesn't know Hindi, therefore they did not know how to react. And in that bazaar, there were a lot of ice cream shop. So one man said, Aapki Baar. Instead of saying 400 Baar, they said Choco Bar. And finally, Modi got Choco Bar. The result was they could not pass a delimitation bill. And more than that, when you want to amend the constitution, you need 2/3. So it will be much more difficult. Therefore, democracy in some way, there are checks and balances. And we'll have to educate the people that if you give too much power, then absolute power corrupts absolutely. Power corrupts. Absolute power corrupts absolutely. It is in that sense, delimitation bill was only a starting point. Though they have said we'll come back and pass everything. But the issue was slightly different. 2 years before, the 103rd Amendment, 106th Amendment, providing for 1/3 seat in Parliament, 1/3 seat in legislature for women, were already passed. Nobody opposed that amendment. It is now part of the constitution process where women have been given 1/3. Instead of notifying that, what Modi wanted to do, they brought the delimitation bill by increasing the strength of the Parliament to 850 and then give 1/3 of that. They wanted 1/3 of percent. That means out of 540, 1/3 comes to 181. There is no difficulty of reserving. Nobody opposed women being given a reserved seat. It doesn't require any more statistics. But then the aim was something different. And in that process, several states have also given a call against that kind of a new idea of increasing and then giving them the share, which is not acceptable at all. Now this is a very standard question which are always asked about the equality. Article 14 talks about equal protection before all law and equality before law. Article 15 and 16, which is also a part of the same transaction, 14, 15, 16, 17, all these four were also aimed at bringing equality. Because the first slogan is, unequals cannot be treated as equal. And therefore, you will have to bring the unequals to equal. Therefore, 15 and 16 are not exception to 14. They are also another facet of 14. We should not think of the American Constitution. We are having our own Constitution. When Ambedkar was able to bring in these four articles, he said one thing very important, which is very, very important, because Article 15 says, the state shall not discriminate on grounds of religion, caste, sex, language, or descent, or any one of them. Any government before, whether it's a British government, or a Hindu Maharajas, or a Mughal rulers, none of the rulers ever said, we will not do this. For the first time after 20 centuries, that 15 was written into the Constitution, where the state said, I will not give any different discrimination. That does not mean that in any given situation, that you will not create a pad to make them to come. I don't know, many people would have not have seen the horse race. The horses will be running. All horses are not having the same weight. So the one which is having a lesser weight can go faster. Likewise, the jockey who is sitting on the top of the horse, his weight is also important. So the 2 days before the real race, they'll have a sand test. The jockey and the horse will be put under. Their weight will be measured. In order to give them equal weight, they'll put sandbags on the leaner horse. The one which is fatter, they'll put. The idea was, when you go for a race, this handicap, the sandbag, most important so that there is equality. It is that handicap which is done by reservation. Therefore, when we say I won't discriminate, we don't fail to note that in this society, certain communities are not allowed to learn, have education, or any other matter. In fact, we are sitting in a school named after Shivaji, Chhatrapati Shivaji. I don't know how many of you know about. After Chhatrapati Shivaji, when many territories, he wanted to anoint himself as a Chhatrapati. And then there must be a puja in our custom. He approached the Brahmins of this Maharashtra. Sir, please do puja, I want to become Chhatrapati. They said, you can't become because you are not a Kshatriya. Only Kshatriya can rule. Brahmins can only do Veda, and Vaishyas can do trade, and Shudras do all other work. And they refused. And Shivaji was shocked. And then he sent people, some people were available in Kasi, in Ayodhya. And they brought Brahmins from there, and they performed. And that's how he became Chhatrapati. Now under the Manusmriti, each is given a caste duty, and you cannot cut across. In fact, you know the story of Ramayana, where there is a story of Shambhuga, who learned Veda, but who belonged to some untouchable society. And when they came to know that he learned Veda without any justification, the punishment in Manu is he has to kill. If you cut across your caste duty, you will be killed. Shambhuga was brought before the Rama's kingdom in Ayodhya, and his head was chopped off. Many people used to think that Rama is such a great mercy man. Even Muslims of UP call him as a Maryada Purusha. Now, how did Rama do? In fact, this is a very greater question, and Ambedkar wrote a very clear answer. Don't blame Rama. Rama is a Kshatriya king. He has to establish justice according to the prevalent justice, and Manu is the justice code. And he has cut off the head because the justice code says so. If you want to blame anybody for that injustice, you will have to blame Manusmriti. That is why he burned a copy of Manusmriti. And 16 and 15 essentially buried Manusmriti, that everybody is equal. Those who are unequal are given certain handicap. That is how 16 has to be interpreted.
Thank you, Comrade Chandru, because time again. See, unfortunately, what happened? Kya? What is that? Tell me. I'll convey to you.
Sir, first of all, I wish to present here, sir, My question is that, sir, like RBI and Election Commission is an independent body of India. We are just knowing about Godi media, Modi media. We are hearing like some words in present scenario in India, Modi media, Godi media. So my question is that, sir, is our judiciary system is also a part of that, is or not? Because I am asking because you are belong to judiciary system and serve to the judiciary system. Judiciary system is also independent body of India, sir. So my question is that is our judiciary system is working independently or not? Is working on the lap of Modi media and Godi media?
That judiciary independence itself is a illusion. Because judiciary also produces people from different backgrounds. They also carry their own baggage. Now today some judges are saying, if two IAS officers are husband and wife, why should the children have a reservation? I am not able to understand this because 20 centuries of degradation, of social backwardness, of educational backwardness, you suddenly say first generation must give up. I am giving a small example. I pass IAS and become an IAS officer. In my training, I come across another girl, I get married. She also happened to be my same caste. Now my children comes. Suddenly how they become wisdom because we both are IAS holding a post only. It does not become an educational liberation. My son has to go through school, then he must select a course, and then he wants to become a doctor. He doesn't want to become an IAS officer. He wants to become a doctor. But he could not get into because he is coming for the first time studying. Now some judges are saying how they can be this, how they can be this. I don't understand. In fact, we have analyzed all the judgments which the judges have given in the last 75 years on the reservation issue. Our reading is either they have misunderstood or they are totally ignorant of what is reservation. That is what important. Now we could prove by fact that judges who delivered those judgments have never understood the reservation. They are having wrong ideas. As somebody asked the question, that 16, how you justify equality? In fact, 16 itself is a justification of equality. When I say I will not discriminate and by will provide handicap, it's only to make unequals as equals. Equals can be treated as equals, but unequals cannot be treated as equal with equal. There is in fact, anybody who knows Mahabharata, the 5 sons were fed by Kundi. Bhima got the lion's share of food. Why all the people are given same food? All of them are 5 sons, but Bhima has got a bigger stomach, bigger framework. Therefore, Kunti, as a mother, was discriminating. It all depends on the requirement of a particular position. And I don't think there is ever any independent judiciary. In fact, in my book, I have written in the labor, 700 labor judgment we have analyzed. We have seen there is always a two trend. One is a pro-labor trend, one is a pro-management trend. It is there running perpetually 75 years. So if you go to Justice Krishna here, we may win. If you go to some other judge, you may not win. How the same brain, same legal training, how it works differently, nobody can explain. So we must have, when we talk about social justice, we also talk about certain amount of padding, certain amount of pulling them up to a higher position. And without that, I don't think ever equality can be there. Two people cannot be allowed to run. One handicapped and one physically fit person cannot be allowed to run. So the handicapped person has to be put some 50 meters before so that it will be equality. It is in that sense, it requires longer arguments. I wish your union will organize a seminar on this issue because it is much misunderstood, the very issue of reservation, because we think that they are unnecessary entrant, which is not correct at all. It's a social justice phenomenon, which we'll have to explain in a larger context.
Comrades, so we sincerely convey our thanks. In fact, I am proud that questions are there, because only questions will awakening the mind of everyone. That way, I sincerely and profusely on behalf of the Federation convey my sincere thanks to Comrade Justice Chandru, who has been always with the people right from the day one. He has almost more than 90,000 cases he has dealt with. He has been judicial in such a way to he supported the people of the nation, and he has stood by the people. I only request you to give him a standing ovation and give us our gratitude for having spent all this time. Thank you. On behalf of our Federation, I request Comrade Dinesh ji and Maxi ji to give him the memento. No, we will keep that and do it.
When I took a oath of office as judge, I gave my asset declaration to the Chief Justice. When I retired, I gave my asset declaration. When you give me a suitcase, I also want to show there is nothing inside.
Okay, comrades, now we'll take a lunch break. We'll assemble here with it at 3 o'clock. Or before 2:45, better.
Will explain it in brief. उन्होंने प्रोफेसर प्रभात पटनायक ने एक टर्मिनोलॉजी का इस्तेमाल किया. उन्होंने क्या कहा? नियो लिबरल फासिज्म. क्या हमारा देश लोकतंत्र से नियो लिबरल फासिज्म की ओर जा रहा है? आर वी नॉट टू एग्जामिन इट? और एविडेंसेस हमारे सामने, आप बहुत प्लेनली समझ सकते हैं, इन प्लेन वर्ड्स. आज देश में सरकार भारतीय जनता पार्टी के नेतृत्व में है, यानी भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार है. इसमें कोई विवाद है क्या? भारतीय जनता पार्टी की जो सरकार है उसका नारा क्या है? और ये नारा कोई और नहीं, आज के दिन जो हमारे देश के प्रधानमंत्री हैं उनका नारा है. क्या है? पहला, कांग्रेस मुक्त भारत. मैं अपनी ओर से कह रहा हूं क्या? मैं कह रहा हूं कि प्रधानमंत्री बोल रहे हैं. अभी जितने क्षेत्रीय दल थे, राजनीतिक दल, वो सारे क्षेत्रीय राजनीतिक दल धीरे धीरे क्या हो रहे हैं? खत्म होने की कगार पर जा रहे हैं या नहीं? अरे बताइए भाई, जा रहे हैं ना? कोई एक ऐसी लोकतंत्र होगी, कहता है मदर ऑफ डेमोक्रेसी है मेरा देश, है. कोई भी एक डेमोक्रेसी में इसकी कल्पना की जा सकती है कि विपक्ष नहीं रहेगा? और अगर विपक्ष नहीं रहेगा तो शासन को क्या बोलेंगे हम? फासिस्ट शासन बोलेंगे या क्या, या राजतंत्र बोलेंगे? क्या बोलेंगे हम? बोलिए. लोकतंत्र होगा? अगर विरोधी पक्ष नहीं है तो वो लोकतंत्र होगा क्या? कैन इट बी कॉल्ड ए डेमोक्रेटिक फॉर्म ऑफ गवर्नमेंट? केवल चुनाव करा देने से ही लोकतंत्र होगा ऐसा है क्या? चुनाव तो नेपाल में भी हुआ करता था, लोकशाही थी। तो अगर प्रयास भारतीय और वोटर्स भी मदद कर रहे हैं उसमें, बिना सोचे समझे अनजाने वोटर्स मदद कर रहे हैं, और एक पार्टी के शासन की ओर हम लोग बढ़ रहे हैं, तो वो नियो लिबरल फासिज्म की ओर बढ़ रहे हैं या नहीं बढ़ रहे हैं? और अगर उसका कंपैरिजन क्या ड्रॉ करता है? चाइना प्रोग्रेस कर रही है। क्यों चाइना प्रोग्रेस कर रही है? चाइना सिंगल पार्टी रूल है, वहां भी अपोजिशन नहीं है। तो चाइना को हम क्या लोकतंत्र डेमोक्रेटिक कंट्री बोलते हैं क्या? अब आप आइए देखिए हम किस ओर जा रहे हैं। Where are we going? Where are we moving towards? We are moving towards neoliberal fascism. Who is to check that? और उसके इम्पैक्ट हमारे ऊपर क्या पड़ेंगे? on us, all of us, particularly on working class. Impacts are visible. What are the differences? Tell me, we all are in this trade union movement since long. Whether situations or circumstances or conditions for trade unions to operate are undergoing a sea change or not. As a trade union worker, we are to analyze. We are to make assessment. And on making assessment, we need to decide our course of action. So, political system is heading towards neoliberal fascism. Second, what he said, economic system. He began it by saying, Indian economy is in deep crisis. So there are two opinions. One opinion is that Indian economy is in crisis. Another opinion is Indian economy is not in crisis. Macroeconomic fundamentals are very strong. Economy is growing at a fastest rate, at the fastest rate. These are the one side of argument. But if we examine it, he gives examples. Why? Exchange rate of rupee is falling. Why? If our macroeconomic fundamentals are strong, growth, then some may say these are global factors. Are global factors at play for causing a fall in exchange rate of rupee? Abhi kya? It is more than 97 rupees. Dollar ka. Why is it falling? Unemployment rate. What is the level of joblessness in the economy? Employment opportunities, if at all is created in the economy, it is created in informal sector. It is in informal sector. It is not informal sector. Has employment opportunity been created in public sector enterprises, public sector banks, public sector or government institutions? Government offices, are recruitments taking place? If at all it takes place, then why head count is going down? Head count is going down, you compare it. So employment opportunity is created in informal sector. What is the level of wages in informal sector? Whether those jobs are secure, jobs of are permanent nature, temporary nature, casual nature, contract work. See, what is the profile of employment in the economy? If at all it is generated, we read. When we come across a data, we find 20 lakhs jobs have been created. Where has it been created? Where? Informal हो सकता है, informal sector में. अभी जो जोमेटो में काम कर रहा है उसका भी डाटा उसमें आ रहा है. करोड़ एम्प्लॉइज है, करोड़ों एम्प्लॉइज. तो क्या एम्प्लॉयमेंट क्या क्रिएट हो रहा है? राइट, क्वालिटी एम्प्लॉयमेंट. क्वेश्चन इज वेदर क्वालिटी एम्प्लॉयमेंट इज क्रिएटेड इन द इकोनॉमी. थर्ड, उन्होंने क्या बोला आपको, कन्वे किया, मैसेज दिया, एंड हिज say arguments were supported by empirical evidences. Level of poverty in the economy. आप now देखिए, आप government why? If you have no unemployment, if you have no poverty in the economy, तो आप 80 करोड़ पॉपुलेशन को फ्री राशन सरकार क्यों दे रही है? 80 करोड़ को दे रहे, आउट ऑफ 145 मान लीजिए. 50% से ज्यादा लोगों को आप 5 किलो राशन फ्री दे रहे हैं और उसके अलावा बहुत लोगों को आप पैसे दे रहे हैं, बांट रहे हैं. अगर प्रोस्पेरिटी है, प्रोस्पेरिटी नहीं है ये क्या है कि कंजम्पशन लेवल को इकोनॉमी में बरकरार रखने के लिए ये मॉनेटरी असिस्टेंस बांटी जा रही है जिससे कि मार्केट में डिमांड रहे. अभी आप आइए इकोनॉमी का देखिए, कोई भी इकोनॉमी, एनी इकोनॉमिक सिस्टम, उसका ग्रोथ है, उसके लिए 4 पैरामीटर्स है. देयर आर 4 पैरामीटर्स. वन इज पब्लिक इन्वेस्टमेंट. पब्लिक इन्वेस्टमेंट तो हो रही है, गवर्नमेंट इज स्पेंडिंग. Fiscal allocation, through fiscal allocation, through borrowings, government is investing in the economy. दूसरा क्या इन्वेस्टमेंट लेंगे? तो प्राइवेट इन्वेस्टमेंट. प्राइवेट इन्वेस्टमेंट इज नॉट पिकिंग अप. प्राइवेट इन्वेस्टमेंट का सबसे बड़ा बैरोमीटर है बैंकिंग इंस्टीट्यूशन. क्या बड़ी कंपनियों के लिए कोई लोन लेने बैंक में आ रहा है क्या? आ रहा है? नहीं आ रहा. और लोग क्या पैसा लगा रहे हैं? कैपिटलिस्ट लोग. जो अगर हमारे यहां पैसा मान लीजिए लगाता कैपिटल का क्रंच है, तो हमको विदेश से लाना पड़ रहा है एफडीआई, फॉरेन इन्वेस्टमेंट। फॉरेन इन्वेस्टमेंट दो तरह के हैं, वन एक फॉरेन इंस्टीट्यूशनल इन्वेस्टमेंट है, एफपीआई पोर्टफोलियो इन्वेस्टमेंट, एफपीआई फॉरेन पोर्टफोलियो इन्वेस्टमेंट जो मनी मार्केट स्टॉक मार्केट में लगता है, और फॉरेन डायरेक्ट इन्वेस्टमेंट। अब आप दरवाजा क्यों खोल रहे हैं इंडियन इकोनॉमी का? अगर बहुत स्ट्रांग है, you are opening the door for foreign direct investment even. The day is not far off when in our own bank the route for direct foreign investment will be opened to the extent of 49%. अभी आज कैप है 20%. If our own bank is controlled by foreign investors, तो हमारे और आपके वर्किंग कंडीशन का और सर्विस कंडीशन का, डू यू थिंक जो आज आप एंजॉय कर रहे हो, दिस विल कंटिन्यू टू रिमेन? रहेगा क्या? तो क्या हम, कैन वी बी ऑब्लिवियस ऑफ द फैक्ट दैट इकोनॉमिक सिस्टम इज ऑल्सो शिफ्टिंग टुवर्ड्स कैपिटल? अभी जितने मेजर्स गवर्नमेंट ले रही है, मैं शॉर्ट में बिल्कुल जा रहा हूं, आई एम नॉट एक्सप्लेनिंग इट इन डिटेल, जितने मेजर्स गवर्नमेंट इज टेकिंग, all measures are designed and delivered to facilitate capital, to facilitate private investment in the economy. क्या है? इंसेंटिव, पीएलआई। अपना पीएलआई नहीं है, पीएलआई इन्वेस्टर्स के लिए भी है। और पता आपको 3 लाख करोड़ रुपया पर ईयर एज सब्सिडी इट इज गिवन टू कैपिटलिस्ट, बिजनेस हाउसेस। अभी ऑयल का आप लीजिए, ऑयल का प्राइस बढ़ गया, जब प्राइस कम था इंटरनेशनल, इट वाज अराउंड 30 रुपीज पर बैरल, $30। अभी बढ़ गया, ठीक है, इंक्रीज हो गया। लेकिन जब $30 पर बैरल था, तब भी हमारे देश में पेट्रोल कितने बेच रहा था कंपनियां? क्या प्राइस लो हुआ था? प्राइस घटाया गया था? उससे कंपनियों को गेन हुआ, विंडफॉल। पब्लिक सेक्टर कंपनियां भी हैं, प्राइवेट सेक्टर कंपनियां भी हैं, इवन प्राइवेट सेक्टर कंपनीज आर देयर। They made huge profit. गवर्नमेंट ने भी टैक्स कलेक्ट किया। अभी जब इंटरनेशनल प्राइस बढ़ गई, द गवर्नमेंट टुक फर्स्ट स्टेप। उन्होंने क्या किया? जितनी एक्साइज ड्यूटी देनी पड़ती थी ऑयल कंपनीज को, पेट्रोलियम प्रोडक्ट वाली कंपनियों को, उनका एक्साइज घटा दिया। तो घटाने से प्राइस घटा नहीं, तो इसका बेनिफिट किसको हुआ? ऑयल कंपनीज को हुआ ना। किसको बेनिफिट हुआ? इज गवर्नमेंट डूइंग एनीथिंग फॉर कंज्यूमर्स? इज गवर्नमेंट डूइंग एनीथिंग फॉर मिडिल क्लास? नहीं कर रही है। तो हमें इकोनॉमिक सिस्टम को भी समझना पड़ेगा। दिस सिस्टम इज टू बेनिफिट होम? वर्कर्स। अगर वर्कर्स को नहीं बेनिफिट करना है, तो वेदर शुड वर्कर सपोर्ट दिस सिस्टम, और वर्कर शुड रेजिस्ट एंड अपोज दिस सिस्टम एंड डिमांड दिस सिस्टम टू अंडरगो ए चेंज व्हिच विल बी बेनिफिशियल टू द वर्किंग क्लास। यहां आपको पॉलिटिक्स में इन्वॉल्व होने की जरूरत है। वी नीड टू इन्वॉल्व आवरसेल्व्स इन पॉलिटिक्स। Involving in politics does not mean that where we are suggesting you to become an active member of a political party and contest elections. What we are suggesting is that we claim to be an educated section of the society. We claim. I am using this word deliberately. Actually, we are not educated section of the society. Had we been, we could have understood everything. All games of this government. We need to understand the politics. And politics and economics are inseparable. Politics decides the course of economics, and economics decides the course of politics. And what we are witnessing nowadays is fusion of capital with politics. आज पार्लियामेंट में जितने लोग हैं, किसी की एसेट दो चार 5 करोड़ वाला तो बहुत कम आदमी है। अभी एक डाटा आया था कि आम आदमी पार्टी के जितने राज्यसभा सांसद, पार्लियामेंटेरियन, राज्यसभा के मेंबर्स, दे लेफ्ट आम आदमी पार्टी एंड ज्वाइंट भारतीय जनता पार्टी। कितने नंबर थे? 7 लोगों ने किया ना। उसका एवरेज एसेट बोला मोर देन 800 करोड़ है एवरेज एसेट। 7 आदमी का 5600 करोड़ है। 5600 करोड़ से एसेट वो इस पार्टी से उस पार्टी में चला गया। जिनका एसेट्स होता है, क्या पार्लियामेंट या जो पॉलिसी डिसीजन, see, which is the platform where policy decisions are taken? It is the parliament. Law भी कौन बनाती है? Who makes the law? Parliament. Judiciary does not make law. Judiciary simply interprets the law. अब आप देखें उसमें पार्लियामेंट में जहां लॉ बनता है, जहां पॉलिसी डिसीजन लिए जाते हैं, वहीं अगर वर्किंग क्लास के रिप्रेजेंटेटिव नहीं है तो जो भी डिसीजन होगा वो डिसीजन किसके पक्ष में? आज कैपिटल के पक्ष में ऑल डिसीजंस आर बीइंग टेकन। ये वर्किंग क्लास के लिए जस्टिस चंद्रू ने क्या कहा? व्हाट डिड ही से? Then we cannot remain aloof from the politics. Politics जो है डेमोक्रेसी के अंदर वो हमारा लाइफ को इम्पैक्ट करता है। कोई भी डिसीजन होगा, इट हैज इट्स डायरेक्ट इम्पैक्ट। आज क्या है? लो प्रोडक्शन कॉस्ट का रेजिम बना रहा है। लो प्रोडक्शन कॉस्ट, प्रोडक्शन कॉस्ट लेस कैसे होगा? वी हैव सीन आवर इन ओन बैंक with the introduction of technology, cost of production has not gone down. So what is the way out to bring down cost of production? Adopt the route of outsourcing, contractualization, casualization of workforce. And the government is moving towards this. Now they have closed it with legal framework. Earlier there was no legal framework. By operationalizing labor codes, they have put legal frameworks to legalize casualization, contractualization of work. कल क्या होगा बैंक के अंदर? अभी देखिए बिगेस्ट थ्रेट क्या है हमारा? I would like to share with you. गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया ने डायरेक्ट किया सारे बैंक को, पब्लिक सेक्टर बैंक, आउटसोर्स जॉब ऑफ सबऑर्डिनेट स्टाफ कैडर. Don't recruit even one person in subordinate staff cadre on permanent basis. Now the management will go ahead with that. They will try to impanel labor supply agencies. In Bengal, they were registering outsourcing, organizing outsourced workers. You can organize outsourced workers, but unless you have a legal framework to support their cause, it is very difficult for you to get justice for them. कानून नहीं रहेगा तो आपको न्याय कहां मिलेगा? जितने कानून उनके फेवर में थे, अभी हम जुडिशियल सिस्टम पर जब आएंगे तो आप वो समझ जाएंगे. अभी we may face a challenge in immediate future. बैंक ऑफ इंडिया में मैं इसलिए इस बात को कह रहा हूं कि एक कैडर को एवॉलिश करने के लिए बैंक इज मूविंग. If bank decides to abolish all posts in subordinate staff cadre, तो फेडरेशन को क्या करना पड़ेगा? क्या करना पड़ेगा भाई? लड़ना पड़ेगा हम लोग को. तो लड़ने के लिए हमको तैयार होगा. अभी हम यहाँ 2 घंटा बैठ नहीं सकते, तो लड़ेंगे क्या लड़ेंगे हम? लड़ाई ऐसे होगी. इतनी सेक्रीफाइसेस की कहानियां सुनी आपने कल से आज तक. ये यूनियन जिन लोगों ने बनाया, इट इज बिल्ट ऑन सेक्रीफाइसेस. और हम लोग क्या कर रहे हैं? वी आर एंजॉइंग द फ्रूट ऑफ इट. नाउ वी हैव टू प्रोटेक्ट ए कैडर इन द बैंक. So, in our executive committee meeting, which we had on 21st and 22nd, here only in Mumbai, we have decided to oppose if the government takes or the management of Bank of India takes this step. और ये apprehension नहीं है. It's not an apprehension. I will be surprised if the bank does not take this move. So we should be ready. What decision has been taken by the Federation of Bank of India Staff Union? That we will resist, protest, and oppose it tooth and nail. To oppose tooth and nail, we should be prepared for going on even on an indefinite strike. That decision we have taken. That is what to be shared with all of you. अभी अब compensation की बात रखिए. We are already on the roll of the bank. कंपनसेशन की बात है तो स्ट्रक्चर कंपनसेशन का डिस्टॉर्ट किया जा रहा है. इट इज बीइंग डिस्टॉर्टेड. डिस्टॉर्शन आप देख रहे हैं इन द फॉर्म ऑफ PLI. इज इट नॉट विजिबल टू ऑल ऑफ अस? सी, टॉप लेवल मैनेजमेंट विल गो इट 1 year, 360 days. वेजेज एज इंसेंटिव. हमें कितना मिलेगा डियर? मैक्सिमम भी मिलेगा तो 15 दिन. कस्टमर का सोर्सिंग कौन करता है? MD, GM, ED, DGM. किसी आप जोनल मैनेजर DGM सब जोन में है, किसी को आपने कस्टमर को सोर्स करते हुए देखा है जिंदगी में? किसी ने देखा तो हाथ उठाइए। आप सोर्सिंग कर रहे हो, आप मेंटेन कर रहे हो, आप उसको सर्विस दे रहे हो, आप लोन का सोर्सिंग कर रहे हो, लोन दे रहे हो अप टू स्केल 3। 90% वर्कफोर्स इन बैंक ऑफ इंडिया वो 0 से लेके स्केल 3 तो क्या 94% है। 6% में 4 एंड एबव। 6% क्रीम लेगा, मलाई खाएगा। सरकार का उस पर संरक्षण है। 6% लोग मलाई खाएगा, 94% क्या पिएगा पता है? अरे वो आपको क्या छाछ बोलता है, वो भी नहीं देगा, पानी मिला के देगा। आप इसके खिलाफ संघर्ष करने को तैयार हैं या नहीं? लड़ना पड़ेगा आपको। अगर आपको जीना है तो लड़ना पड़ेगा, और लड़ने के लिए भी जीना पड़ेगा। Without that you can't get anything. Without that, we know, we are capable of taking on the management of Bank of India. I know it. डिटर्मिनेशन चाहिए, फर्म डिटर्मिनेशन चाहिए, और आप इसको पूरा ये जानिए कि हम लड़ क्यों रहे। अभी जब बात आती है हमको, हमें भी पेट्रोल का कुछ रिइंबर्समेंट मिलता है, बट हमें क्या मिलता है? अभी बैंक ने इसी साल, दिस ईयर ओनली, दे हैव मेड ए नेट प्रॉफिट ऑफ 10,000 प्लस करोड़। 10,000 से ज्यादा करोड़ का प्रॉफिट है। ये प्रॉफिट किसने जनरेट किया? हम और ऑफिसर लोग मिलके किए। ऑफिसर का भी मानिए, लेकिन उसमें कंट्रीब्यूशन 5 एंड अबव का कितना है? अब बाकी अगर उसने कुछ कंट्रीब्यूट किया तो वो राइट ऑफ ही होने वाला है। राइट ऑफ ही होने वाला है। कंट्रीब्यूट हम लोग कर रहे हैं, लेकिन इसमें शेयर की जब बात आएगी तो बोलता है हमारे पास पैसे नहीं, हम आपको ना पेट्रोल बढ़ा सकते हैं, ना हम आपको क्लीनिंग मटेरियल का पैसा बेहतर, ना फर्नीचर फिक्चर दे सकते हैं। ऐसा बोल रही है मैनेजर। सेम बोलने से नहीं होगा, शर्म रहेगी तब तो आपकी बात सुनूंगा। शर्म है ही नहीं। इस देश की सरकार में जो लोग हैं उनको भी कुछ शर्म है क्या? नहीं है। आप पॉलिटिकल डिस्कोर्स पर नजर डालिए, पॉलिटिकल डिस्कोर्स पर नजर डालिए। We are not to fall in trap of all these gimmicks. हमें अपने हक के लिए, हमने मैनेजमेंट को कहा है कि वर्कर्स के लिए भी बैंक ऑफ इंडिया के अंदर जो फाइनेंशियल बेनिफिट्स और मॉनेटरी बेनिफिट्स है उसको आपको सुटेबली इंक्रीज करना पड़ेगा। और उन्होंने हमें हाँ भी कहा, लेकिन मेरा विश्वास ये नहीं है व्यक्तिगत रूप से कि उनके वायदे पर वो खरे उतरेंगे। इसके लिए हम सबको संघर्ष करना पड़ेगा और लड़ना पड़ेगा। ये फेडरेशन की एग्जीक्यूटिव कमेटी में भी निर्णय ली गई है, इफ द मैनेजमेंट फेल्स टू फुलफिल कमिटमेंट, जो उन्होंने हमें आपको मार्च में दिया, आपको याद है हम लोगों ने 30 तारीख को हड़ताल पर जाने का नोटिस दिया था, तो उन्होंने राइटिंग में कमिटमेंट दिया। लेकिन राइटिंग में, गांव देहात में कहावत है, पता नहीं इधर के आदमी को पता है या नहीं है, हमारे उधर कहा जाता है कि भाई बेईमान के लिए रजिस्ट्री क्या है, डीड, सेल डीड क्या है। सेल डीड भी कोई मतलब नहीं रखता है बेईमानों के लिए, और चोर के लिए ताला भी कोई मतलब नहीं रखता। तो हम लोगों को यूनिटी, यूनिटी सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट है। हम हैं यूनाइटेड, लेकिन जितनी यूनिटी होनी चाहिए वो यूनिटी का अभाव है, कमी है। आप ब्रांच लेवल में यूनाइटेड नहीं है, 5 आदमी हैं, पांचों यूनाइटेड नहीं है। मैं गलत कर रहा हूं तो बोलिए, नहीं है यूनाइटेड। 2 आदमी ऑफिसर मैनेजर के साथ थोड़ा नजदीकी इसलिए रखता है कि मैं लेट आऊं तो हमको ज्वाइन करने दे, मुझे कैश में नहीं बैठना पड़े, ये भी कारण है। और जब बाहर निकलने का हमको जरूरत पड़े तो हमको परमिट कर दे। कंसीक्वेंट इसका क्या है? कंसीक्वेंस आप ही के कलीग पर वर्कलोड बढ़ता है। देयर इज नो इक्वल डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन ऑफ वर्क इन द ब्रांच। हमको लगता है कि हमें कम काम करना पड़ता है, इसलिए आई एम क्लोज टू समवन who is somehow or other giving relief to me। क्या हमें इससे हटना नहीं चाहिए अपने को? क्या नहीं आना चाहिए? हम लोग सब एक साथ अगर रहें, यूनाइटेड रहें, मिल के काम करें, एक दूसरे के तकलीफ में खड़े जाए। एक का लीव रिफ्यूज होता है, ब्रांच में प्रोटेस्ट करता है कोई क्या? why his leave or her leave has been refused? करते हैं? बोलिए, ईमानदारी से बोलिए। तो हमको करना चाहिए कि नहीं? तभी यहां से ये टेक अवे लीजिए लेसन कि ब्रांच में किसी का अगर लीव रिफ्यूज होगा, वो मांगा, तो ब्रांच में जितने हमारे मेंबर्स हैं ऑल विल प्रोटेस्ट। यू हैव टू ग्रांट लीव। लीव हम क्यों लेते हैं आप बताइए? लीव इज क्रेडिटेड टू माई अकाउंट फॉर व्हाट? अरे जिस दिन जरूरत होगी उसी दिन ना लूंगा। अब मान लीजिए हमारे मैनेजर साहब की शादी होगी, उसके लिए मैं छुट्टी तो नहीं लूंगा ना। नहीं, मेरे घर में शादी होगी उसके लिए छुट्टी लूंगा। सो यूनिटी हैज टू बी रीबिल्ड। अगर आप यूनाइटेड नहीं रहेंगे, देखिए हम लोगों को तो अभी जॉब करना नहीं है, नौकरी माना नहीं है, बट आप लोगों को बहुत लॉन्ग इयर्स काम करना है बैंक के अंदर, क्योंकि अभी जो वर्क एवरेज है, एज है वर्कफोर्स का, वो एज बहुत कम है, इज लेस देन 40। You have to work in this bank for another 20 or minimum 20 years. 20 years में the entire say structure, composition आप जो भी कर लें, वर्किंग का पूरा नेचर चेंज हो सकता है, बट यू आर इन ए पोजिशन टू इन्फ्लुएंस दैट, और चेंजेस को आप अपने फेवर में कराने के लिए यूनाइटेड रहना है और लड़ते रहना है, तभी आप रोक पाएंगे, तभी आप उस चेंज को रोक पाएंगे। ये टेक अवेज है आपके लिए। ट्रेड यूनियन मूवमेंट के सामने आज डिफिकल्टीज क्यों है? और एक कमिटमेंट के साथ ट्रेड यूनियन में काम करना है, क्योंकि दिस गिव्स यू प्रोटेक्शन। आपको कोई इंश्योरेंस कंपनी प्रोटेक्शन नहीं देगी। तारकेश्वर चक्रवर्ती थे, वो जनरल सेक्रेटरी ऑफ एआईबी, वो कहा करते थे चीपेस्ट इंश्योरेंस प्रोवाइडर इन द वर्ल्ड। बोले आप 10 रुपया चंदा देते हो और आपका सारा सिक्योरिटी, सोशल सिक्योरिटी, जॉब सिक्योरिटी, वर्किंग कंडीशन, सर्विस कंडीशन, सबके लिए यूनियन लड़ते रहता है। कभी कभी किसी मेंबर को ये गलतफहमी भी हो जाती है, भाई हम तो आपको 100 रुपया महीना देते, जैसे चौकीदार को 100 रुपया दे दिया तो हम घर में शांति से सो गए। अब चौकीदार की ड्यूटी है रात भर हमको पुकारते रहे कि आप जगे रहो, जगे रहो। ऐसा ही है ना, चौकीदार समझते हैं ना, नाइट वॉचमैन। सर हम लोग के लिए काम करना है, सबके कलेक्टिव इंटरेस्ट के लिए दिस यूनियन इज वर्किंग. दिस यूनियन इज नॉट वर्किंग फॉर एनी इंडिविजुअल or not working for any individual's interest. It is working or functioning for promoting collective interest of the workforce in the bank. अब आप जुडिशियल सिस्टम पर गौर करिए. जुडिशियल सिस्टम, जस्टिस चंद्रू रिटायर्ड जस्टिस ने कहा आपको इंडस्ट्री के डेफिनेशन को चेंज कर रहा है. और एक कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन बेंच अभी बैठी हुई है, हियरिंग चल रही है. आप छोटा छोटा चीजों में पता नहीं, गौर नहीं करते हैं. और सबसे जो खतरनाक है, हमारा और आपके दिमाग को इन्फ्लुएंस जो करता है वो अभी का इलेक्ट्रॉनिक मीडिया करता है. इलेक्ट्रॉनिक मीडिया किसका है डियर? जितने चैनल हैं, मेन स्ट्रीम चैनल की मैं बात कर रहा हूं, वो चैनल कौन ऑन करता है? किसी ने गूगल में सर्च किया? कौन ऑन करता है? कौन ऑन करता है? इस हॉल में इतने लोग बैठे हैं, ना हम लोग कोई करते हैं, ना हमारा कोई रिश्तेदार करता है. करता है? करता है क्या? कैपिटलिस्ट लोग चैनल ऑन कर रहा है, तो वो अपने इंटरेस्ट को प्रमोट करेगा चैनल में कि आपके इंटरेस्ट को प्रोटेक्ट करेगा? किसके इंटरेस्ट को करेगा? बोलिए. तो क्यों वो चैनल देखते हैं बैठ के? काहे टेलीविजन पर बैठे रहते हैं? टेलीविजन से क्या ज्ञान मिला आज तक? जो सीरियल हम लोग देखते हैं छोटा छोटा, कभी कभी मैं भी देख लेता हूं. मैंने आज तक एक सीरियल नहीं पाया है जो किसी घर में लड़ाई झगड़े को समाप्त कराने की ओर में वो सीरियल हो. हर में लड़ाइयां बताए, ये उसकी शिकायत उसके साथ, वो उसको छोड़ दिया, वो उसको छोड़ दिया. ये दिखाया क्यों जा रहा आपको? आप एकजुट नहीं हो पाइए. वर्कफोर्स, वर्क प्लेस में भी मैनेजर, ऑफिसर या और कोई आपको एक दूसरे से अलग रखने की कोशिश करता है. क्यों? आपके इंटरेस्ट को सर्व करने के लिए नहीं. आप एकजुट हो जाएंगे तो उनकी मनमानी बंद हो जाएगी. उनकी मनमानी को अगर बंद करना है, मैं नहीं कहता कि आप एकजुट होकर काम मत करिए, मैं ये कभी नहीं कहता. ट्रेड यूनियन वर्कर जो है वो सबसे अच्छा वर्कर बैंक का भी होता है. जब तक आप काम नहीं जानते हो, रूल नहीं जानते हो, ऑपरेटिंग स्टैंडर्ड ऑपरेटिंग प्रोसीड्योर्स नहीं जानते हो, एसएपी, तब तक यू कैनॉट बी ए गुड वर्कर. और आप नहीं अगर जानते हो, यू कैनॉट बी ए गुड ट्रेड यूनियन लीडर. नहीं हो सकते, इफेक्टिव भी नहीं हो सकते. क्योंकि आप मैनेजमेंट से बात करने जाओगे, अगर आपको जानकारी नहीं है तो क्या आप बात कर पाओगे? नहीं कर पाओगे. खुशामद करोगे. खुशामद करने के लिए ट्रेड यूनियन बनाने का जरूरत है क्या? जरूरत है? ट्रेड यूनियन का काम खुशामद करना नहीं है. ट्रेड यूनियन का काम है व्यवस्था को बदलना. व्यवस्था को बदलना. अगर हम ये सोचते हैं कि ट्रेड यूनियन का काम है कि उस टेबल पर काम कराने के लिए व्यवस्था कर दे जिसमें कम काम, वर्कलोड कम है, दैट्स नॉट द फंक्शन ऑफ ए ट्रेड यूनियन. देखिए जुडिशियल रिव्यू चल रहे हैं अभी. अर्लियर जजमेंट्स जितने थे वर्कर्स के फेवर में, वो सारे जजमेंट्स को ओवरटर्न कर रहा है. क्यों? अभी सरकार भी क्या कह रही है? वो कॉलेजियम सिस्टम को बोलता है खराब है. थोड़ा सोचिए आप. खराब हो सकता है, मैं डिस्प्यूट नहीं करता. जजेज अगर अपॉइंट करेंगे जज तो वो सिस्टम खराब है। सरकार अगर अपॉइंट करेगी तो वो सिस्टम वर्ल्ड में बेहतरीन होगी। ऐसा होगा क्या? मैं अगर अपने भाई भतीजे को जज बनाता हूं तो सरकार किसको बनाएगा? पाकिस्तान में नवाज शरीफ के औलाद को बनाएगा जज क्या? किसको बनाएगा? कौन सी ऐसी सिस्टम है जिसमें अच्छाइयां नहीं है और खराबियां नहीं है? बट वो अटैक क्यों कर रहा है उस सिस्टम को? गवर्नमेंट वांट्स देयर ओन पीपुल टू बी inducted in judiciary with certain political ideology. एक आइडियोलॉजी वाले जज रहे, आप सुने आज वर्कर्स के हित में कितनी बात कर रहे थे, कॉमन आदमी के बाद, मार्जिनलाइज के बाद, डाउन ट्रोडन, दलित, सबके राइट्स की बारी बात, ह्यूमन राइट्स की बात कर रहे थे। और चीफ जस्टिस ऑफ इंडिया ने अभी क्या कह दिया कि पढ़ा लिखा लोग जिसको नौकरी नहीं मिल रही है, कुछ लोग वकालती में आ जाता है, लीगल प्रोफेशन में, माने एडवोकेट बन जाता है, कुछ लोग मीडिया में चला जाता है, कुछ लोग आरटीआई एक्टिविस्ट बन जाता है। ये सब कॉकरोच है, प्रॉब्लम क्रिएट करते रहते हैं। आरटीआई एक्टिविस्ट के लिए बोला वाई आरटीआई एक्ट? क्योंकि ट्रांसपेरेंसी होनी चाहिए कि नहीं होनी चाहिए? किसी भी डिसीजन में ट्रांसपेरेंसी होनी चाहिए नहीं होनी चाहिए? अगर ट्रांसपेरेंसी के लिए आपसे इंफॉर्मेशन मांग रहा है, इफ यू हैव नॉट हिडन एनीथिंग व्हाइल टेकिंग डिसीजन, व्हाई विल यू नॉट डिस्क्लोज इट? क्या दिक्कत? आरटीआई एक्टिविस्ट लोग से परेशान क्यों है? आरटीआई एक्टिविस्ट को मर्डर भी करवा रहा है। हाँ, कुछ आरटीआई एक्टिविस्ट धंधाबाज भी है, वो भी बात है। बुराइयां भी हैं बट अच्छाइयां ज्यादा है। तो व्हाई ए सिस्टम इज बीइंग अटैक्ड? अब इंडस्ट्री का डेफिनेशन बंद हो जाएगा, कौन वर्कर रहेगा कौन नहीं वर्कर रहेगा। लेबर कोड में क्या कर दिया पता है? वर्कर का डेफिनेशन गायब है। एम्प्लॉइज, एम्प्लॉइज मीन्स बोलता है, अभी आप शायद अभी वो सब चीजें हमारे सामने आने वाली है। एम्प्लॉयज बोलता है एमडी से लेके सफाई कर्मचारी तक, और बोला नेगोशिएटिंग एजेंट जिसको बनाएगा अगर 51% हो। आप बताइए अगर सबको मिलके वोटिंग होगी किसको 51% मिलेगा? बोलिए। तो सोल बार्गेनिंग एजेंट कोई नहीं रहेगा, नेगोशिएटिंग एजेंट काउंसिल बनेगा। यूनियन आपस में ही लड़ते रहेगी, इंटर यूनियन राइवलरी होते रहेगी, वर्कर्स का इंटरेस्ट खत्म। और जिस बैंक में यूनिटी है, देखिए मजबूत संगठन है, उस बैंक में आज भी उसकी मैनेजमेंट अटैक नहीं कर पा रही। आपके बैंक में अटैक कर पा रही है मैनेजमेंट? क्या ट्रेड यूनियन पर कर पा रही है? क्यों नहीं कर पा रही है? ऐसा नहीं कि कोई पहलवान आदमी है डर से वो डरा हुआ है। वो डरा अगर है तो आप यूनाइटेड हैं इसके चलते डरा हुआ है। आप एक कॉल पर डिमॉन्स्ट्रेशन पूरे देश में हो जाता है, कोने कोने में भीड़ लग जाती है झंडा लेकर के। अगर डर रही है मैनेजमेंट तो आपके उस यूनिटी और मिलिटेंसी से डर रही है, आपके उस कमिटमेंट से डर रही है, ना कि वो और किसी कारण से डर रही। एनीवे कॉमरेड, व्हाट वी आर टू डू नाउ, टास्क सभी इस प्लैटिनम जुबली ईयर के कंक्लूजन पर, समाप्त होने पर हमें फिर से रिन्यू करना पड़ेगा अपने इफर्ट्स को। इफर्ट्स को डबल करना पड़ेगा। अंडर द अटैक्स दैट आर विजिबल, अटैक्स आर विजिबल। पहली तो है कि हमें यूनाइट होना है। हर लेवल पर जो भी डिफरेंस ऑफ ओपिनियन है ऑर्गेनाइजेशन के अंदर, among leadership या among this group, that group, ग्रुपिज्म है, सारे चीजों को समाप्त करना पड़ेगा। आप सरवाइव करोगे तभी तो ग्रुपिज्म करोगे, सरवाइव नहीं करोगे तो ग्रुपिज्म करके करोगे क्या? एक हो, लड़िए, बिना लड़े कुछ नहीं मिलेगा। आपको अगर लगता है कि मैं बहुत अच्छा वर्कर हूं, हमें तो कुछ मिल जाएगा। काम करने से कुछ नहीं मिलता, काम तो कर ही रहे हो, तो पीएलआई 15 दिन का क्यों है? ज्यादा क्यों नहीं है? हमें लड़ना है। तीसरा चीज है कि हमें फ्रॉड, फोर्जरीज और करप्शन के केसेस में किसी भी हालत में इन्वॉल्व नहीं होना है। वर्कर्स की संख्या बैंक घटाना चाहती है, आप जैसे ही उसमें इन्वॉल्व होगे आपकी नौकरी चली जाएगी। यू विल बी डिसमिस, डिस्चार्ज, रिमूव फ्रॉम सर्विस। डोंट डू इट। और 1 लाख रुपया अगर आप निकाल भी लिए बैंक से और नौकरी चली गई, अगर जॉब रहेगी तो कितने लाख आप कमाओगे बताओ? कितने लाख कमाओगे डियर? और कस्टमर से कभी मत लड़िए। कस्टमर से लड़ने का, क्वेरल करने का, वी डोंट हैव एनी ओकेजन टू क्वेरल विथ कस्टमर्स। क्योंकि ये परिस्थिति के लिए जो भी ब्रांच में हमारा है, मान लो मैन पावर शॉर्टेज है, टेक्नोलॉजी पुअर है, कनेक्टिविटी नहीं है, पानी नहीं है, वर्किंग कंडीशन खराब है, आर कस्टमर्स रिस्पॉन्सिबल फॉर दैट? है क्या? हम क्यों लड़ेंगे उससे जो रिस्पॉन्सिबल ही नहीं है? रिस्पॉन्सिबल है मैनेजमेंट, तो मैनेजमेंट से लड़ेंगे कि कस्टमर से लड़ेंगे? ये अंडरस्टैंडिंग रखना पड़ेगा। डोंट क्वेरल विथ ए कस्टमर। और अपने पर्सनल सैलरी अकाउंट में या अपने अकाउंट जो भी बैंक ऑफ इंडिया के अंदर है, उस अकाउंट में कोई ट्रांजैक्शन अदर देन सैलरी मत करो डियर, मत करो। ये मैं टेक अवेज बता रहा हूं इस मीटिंग का, क्योंकि हमारे सामने गोल बहुत बड़ा है। हमें सिस्टम के खिलाफ लड़ना है, और सिस्टम के खिलाफ जिस दिन आवाज उठाना सीख जाएंगे, रजिस्ट करना सीख जाएंगे, लड़ना सीख जाएंगे, लड़ना शुरू कर देंगे, सिस्टम आज ने कल बदल जाएगा, वो बदलेगा। So I will not take more time. मैं आपसे केवल ये गुजारिश करूंगा कि यहां से लौटने के बाद अपने अपने यूनिट में आप सबसे पहला स्टेप करिए, फोर्ज कनेक्ट विथ मेंबर्स। 100% मेंबरशिप के साथ संवाद शुरू करिए, कम्युनिकेशन। उनको मैसेज दीजिए कि आपको करना क्या है। Take them along, enlist their support, prepare for a long drawn struggle in Bank of India. अगर हम ये प्रिपरेशन कर लेंगे तो अंग्रेजी में एक कहावत है कि जीतने के लिए अगर तैयारी ठीक हो गई, एग्जाम देने जाइएगा, अगर तैयारी अच्छा करके जाइएगा तो एग्जाम का नतीजा पहले से पता रहता है, रहता है नहीं रहता है? अरे अच्छी तैयारी करेंगे तो क्वालिफाई करेंगे कि नहीं करेंगे? तैयारी नहीं करें और हम एग्जाम में जाके बैठ जाएंगे, पास करेंगे? नहीं करेंगे ना। तो आप अगर ऑर्गेनाइजेशनल प्रिपेयर्डनेस आपका वीक रहेगा तो इतने गवर्नमेंट के अटैक के सामने क्या हम आप लड़ पाएंगे क्या? स्ट्रेंथन ऑर्गेनाइजेशन। और 2 वर्ड में बराबर बोलता हूं, आज फिर रिपीट करता हूं, इस 2 वर्ड को ऑलवेज याद रखिए। श्री राम तो याद कर रहे हैं आप लोग आज, उसको भी रखिए याद, मेरा कोई ये नहीं है, जरूर रखिए याद। लेकिन जब जॉब में है तो 2 वर्ड याद रखिए, यूनाइट एंड फाइट। विद दीज वर्ड्स I conclude and thank you all of you। और मिलकर हम सब लड़ते रहेंगे अपना सुरक्षित रखने के लिए। थैंक यू कॉमरेड।
हेलो कॉमरेड्स, हमने कल से आज तक बहुत लेक्चर सुने, किंतु अभी आज दिनेश झा को सुनने के बाद में आपको लगा होगा, उन्होंने एक तो पूरी समरी दे दी, और बहुत बार ये बात होती है कि हमें पॉलिटिक्स में इन्वॉल्व होना पड़ेगा, इन्वॉल्व पॉलिटिकली, तो उसका गलत मतलब थोड़ा निकाला जाता था कि रूलिंग के अगेंस्ट में कोई हम सरकार तो पार्टी बना नहीं सकते या कोई पार्टी को हम ज्वाइन करो, ऐसा कहीं इंडिकेशन नहीं था। वहां पे इंडिकेशन ये था, जो भी सरकार है, जो भी पॉलिटिकल सरकार है, उसकी अगर नीति बेकार है तो उसको समझो और उसके ऊपर अपनी मन बनाओ और उसके मुताबिक आप ठहराओ, हम तुम्हें क्या करना है, तुम्हें क्या करना है, मतलब यूनाइटेड लोगों को क्या करने का है, यूनियन को क्या करना है। दैट वाज इन्वॉल्वमेंट इन पॉलिटिक्स। उस बात को नहीं समझेंगे, खास तौर पर लीडर नहीं समझेंगे, तो सरकार के साथ में आंख से आंख मिला के हम बात नहीं कर सकते। हमें जो पॉलिसीज हमें जो चाहिए वो मना नहीं सकते। मैं देख रहा था, उनके लेक्चर के बाद चार्ज हो गए, और ये चार्जिंग ही के लिए कॉन्फ्रेंसेस, मीटिंग्स, प्लेटिनम जुबली, गोल्डन जुबली आने जो हो गई है या डायमंड जुबली होगी, ये होती रहेगी। मैं यहाँ गिन रहा था, जब उन्होंने बोला कि बाकी लोग कहाँ है, कमिटमेंट तुम्हारा, किस लिए आए हो। हम जब खाना खा रहे थे वो चिढ़ भी गए थे। किसी ने पूछा था कि हम अभी निकल जाते हैं, थोड़ा बंबई घूमना है, तो बोले बंबई घूमते ले आए हो, एक दिन और आते, लेट आते। जिस काम के लिए आए हो, लीडर हो, तो आपको यहाँ रहना चाहिए। मैंने यहाँ जब गिना तो यहाँ 215 220 लोग थे, हमने 500 बैंक खरीदी। ठीक है, जाना है, लेकिन जिस चीज के लिए आए हैं उतना तो अगर कमिटमेंट हमारा यूनियन के प्रति नहीं रहेगा तो हम ये इतना बड़ा जहाज कैसे चला पाएंगे। मैं आपको बता दूं, मैं साक्षी हूं, मिसाइलें निकलती हैं, वो आउटर पे ही उसको न्यूट्रलाइज किया जाता है। कितनी बार मैनेजमेंट एंड एग्जीक्यूटिव सोचते हैं कि हम ये लेना चाहते हैं, ट्रांसफर, डिप्लॉयमेंट एंड सो मेनी थिंग्स, लेकिन उसको इस ढंग से जवाब दिया जाता है कि वो ऐसी कोई पॉलिसी अभी तक लाने में हिम्मत नहीं कर सके। बाकी बैंक के उन्होंने कहा है, बाकी बैंक में जाके देखो ट्रांसफर, बाकी बैंक में ये देखो कि फर्नीचर फिक्सचर मिला तो क्या क्या बेच दिया यूनियन को। तो आज बैंक ऑफ इंडिया के अंदर जो सीएचवी भी मतलब बोल चुके हैं कि इतनी मिलिटेंसी, ऐसी लीडरशिप है करके ही बैंक ऑफ इंडिया बची है। देखो, वो मर्जर का मुद्दा आए या प्राइवेटाइजेशन का मुद्दा आए, आखिर दम तक लड़ेगी फेडरेशन ऑफ बैंक ऑफ इंडिया स्टाफ यूनियन। यानी ये नहीं कि हम सक्सीड होते या नहीं, बात यह है कि हमने कोशिश की कि नहीं। जो गलत है उसके प्रति अगर तुम आवाज नहीं उठाते, उन्होंने सही बोला, बैंक में किसी की छुट्टी डिक्लाइन होती है, बाकी लोग साइलेंट रहते हैं। तो हाउ कैन यू डाइजेस्ट दैट इनजस्टिस। अभी ये लेक्चर रखने का क्या मतलब है भाई। एक लेक्चर सुनना, यानी आपको मैं बता दूं कम से कम 50 बुक्स पढ़ने लायक है। वो आदमी, जो भी आदमी एक प्रिपेयर करके आता है लेक्चर, वो कहीं अच्छे बुक्स को पढ़ के तुम्हारे सामने अपने विचार रखता है। इसलिए कोई भी लेक्चर, मैं यहां की बात नहीं कर रहा हूं, कोई हर लेक्चर से हम कुछ अच्छी बातें सीख सकते हैं। चंद्रू जी ने, आज के लीडर, दे मस्ट रीड कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन ऑफ इंडिया, एटलीस्ट फंडामेंटल राइट्स एटलीस्ट डायरेक्ट टू प्रिंसिपल ऑफ स्टेट पॉलिसी। ये वर्कमैन डायरेक्टर कहाँ लिखा हुआ है? कब प्रोविजन किया गया था? 1970 एंड 80 के 70 के अंदर में वर्कमैन डायरेक्टर का क्यों नहीं हो रही थी? पॉलिसी ऑफ द गवर्नमेंट, दे डू नॉट वांट एनी ऑफ द लीडर इन द बोर्ड ऑफ द बैंक। उनको मालूम है कि AIB इज द मेजॉरिटी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन, ये लोग ये हैं कि जहां गलत है गलत को गलत बोलते हैं। एनीवे, 2 दिन का कॉन्फ्रेंस नॉर्मली ऐसा होता है, आखिरी का दिन में हम थोड़ा जल्दी कंक्लूड करते हैं। हाँ, ये बात ऐसी है मुझे मतलब कुछ बातें ऐसी है कि कुछ बातें बताई नहीं जाती हैं पब्लिकली। अभी रीजन कुछ नहीं, बिजी है, सब लोग बिजी चलते हैं, लेकिन पूरे नुक्स एंड कॉर्नर से इतने लोग आने के बाद में उनके साथ में डायलॉग करना उनकी वो ड्यूटी बनती थी। एक्चुअली उनके साथ में कम्युनिकेट कर सकते थे, अपने विचार रख सकते थे। कुछ लोग अवॉइड करते हैं, उनके जो भी रीजन रहे होंगे मुझे पर्सनली मालूम नहीं, लेकिन फ्रॉम डे 1 हमें अप्रेंशन था कि शायद वो नहीं आएंगे। हाँ, इन्विटेशन प्रॉपरली बाकायदा जाके दे चुका है, उन्होंने हाँ भी बोले थे, हो सकता है अनअवॉइडेबल सर्कमस्टेंसेस के कारण नहीं आ पाए होंगे। मैं बोल रहा था कि आखिरी के दिन हम इसलिए कंक्लूड करते हैं कि सबको जाकर जाना है, किसी की गाड़ी जल्दी हो सकती है, किसी का फ्लाइट जल्दी हो सकता है, तो हम अभी ये थोड़ी 5 या 10 मिनट के अंदर में इसको कंक्लूड करेंगे। तो ये हमारा अभी फर्ज बनता है कि इतना बड़ा ये प्लैटिनम जुबिली का फंक्शन जिन जिन लोगों ने ये अच्छा बनाने में यानी पूरा बनाने के अंदर में जिन जिन लोगों का सहयोग हो चुका है, उनको हम अगर थैंक्स गिविंग नहीं करेंगे तो ये अधूरा रह जाएगा। तो मैं सबसे पहले राणे यान कदम बोलूँ कि कदम यान राणे बोलूँ, आप जो समझना है, ये दोनों यार उनकी टीम मैं अभी 5 दिन से देख रहा हूँ, वो डे एंड नाइट एक करके इसको सक्षम बनाने में उनका पूरा बहुत ही वो मददगार साबित हुए हैं, उनका बहुत बड़ा योगदान है इसमें। तो मैं फेडरेशन की तरफ से उनको धन्यवाद अदा करना चाहता हूँ। जितने भी गेस्ट स्पीकर है, भले ही गेस्ट स्पीकर नहीं हो, लेकिन हमारी आत्मा बोलती है कि हमारी बात उनके तरफ डायरेक्ट इनडायरेक्ट पहुँचे। जितने भी गेस्ट स्पीकर आए, हर अच्छे पूरे गेस्ट स्पीकर अच्छे थे, एक नहीं आ सके, बंडोपाध्याय, तमल बंडोपाध्याय, वो भी एक अच्छे वक्ता थे। कभी कभी कुछ बातें होती अच्छे के लिए ही होती है। शायद हम लेट हमारा होता लंच, और फिर हम दिनेश जी को जिस ढंग से आपने जिस अंदाज से वो बोले, जितना वक्त लिया वो हमें नहीं मिलता था, लेकिन वो आते तो हम वैसा एडजस्ट करते थे, उनको प्री इंटीमेशन देके, तो वो नहीं आए हैं। यहाँ के कैटरर्स, उनके स्टाफ, उनको भी मैं धन्यवाद अदा करता हूँ। ये हॉल जिसने हमको उपलब्ध कराया, उस अथॉरिटी का भी मैं धन्यवाद अदा करता हूँ। और कुछ ऐसे हाथ हैं, ऐसे मजदूरों के हाथ हैं, ये मजदूरों का संगठन है, उनके नाम हमें मालूम नहीं रहते कि वो साफ करने वाले, जो भी कुछ कचरा उठाने वाले, जो भी हाथ इस फंक्शन को सक्सेसफुल बनाने में लगे हैं, उनको भी मैं धन्यवाद अदा करता हूँ। और सबसे बड़ी बात, आपके बगैर कॉन्फ्रेंस हो नहीं सकता था। आपने 2 दिन बैठे यहाँ पर, आखिरी के दिन हेडमास्टर के कहने पर बिल्कुल डिसिप्लिन्ड वे में बैठे। देखो, तीखी बात वही कर सकता है जो दिल का साफ। तीखी बात वही करता है जिसको लगता है यहाँ पर कि ये यूनियन चले, ये कारवा यूं ही चलता रहे। तो मैं आप सभी का धन्यवाद अदा करता हूँ कि आपने 2 दिन बियर किया, नहीं बोलूँगा, 2 दिन यहाँ आप शांततापूर्वक बैठे। और दूसरी बात मैं भूल जाऊँगा कि जिनके लिए फंक्शन खास तौर पर अरेंज किया था, जिन्होंने अपनी ज़िंदगी यहाँ लगा दी, वक्त लगाया हमारे आज के लिए, वो जितने भी रिटायरीज मेरे सामने बैठे हैं, वो कहीं तो ओल्ड एज है, इतने दूर आए हैं वो, तो मैं उनका तहे दिल से शुक्रिया अदा करना चाहता हूँ। दिनेश जी को शायद आपसे कुछ मैसेज देना है।
एक तो अभी आप लोग हॉल से बाहर नहीं निकलेंगे क्योंकि मुंबई यूनिट ने कुछ आप लोगों को मोमेंटो देने का डिसीजन लिया है, तो वो अभी आपको मोमेंटो देंगे सबों को। दूसरा यह है कि AIBA का जो कॉन्फ्रेंस बेंगलोर में हो रहा था, those who are delegates to the conference of All India Bank Employees Association, okay, ठीक है, those who are delegates, delegates not observers, delegates to 30th conference of All India Bank Employees Association, which was inconclusively held at Bangalore. उनका जो सेशन है, that is to be resumed on 10th June 2026 at Bangalore in the same hall. So those who are delegates, they are to report to Bangalore, or they are to reach Bangalore latest by, say, 9th evening, and they must take part in the resumed session of All India Bank Employees. बैंक ऑफ इंडिया से जितने लोग भी डेलीगेट हैं, कोई भी एब्सेंट नहीं होंगे, सबको प्रेजेंट होना 100%. This is what I was to communicate to you.
Comrades,
Then, हमारे इस
100% matlab, see, whether some people were telling financial problem, irrespective of anything, all of you have to be there. Bring your Aadhaar card, ID card. Definitely don't forget that, otherwise you will not be allowed even into the gate. At the road only you will be kept outside. So kindly get that and take your respective ID card from the respective state unit. Kindly see that the entire Bank of India force should be, delegate should be available on 10th June at Bangalore. Make it sure, please.
Comrades, ये प्लैटिनम जुबली सेलिब्रेशन का को ऑर्गेनाइज करने में हमारे कॉमरेड भास्कर श्रीयन जी ने बहुत हेल्प किया हम लोगों को यहाँ। तो मैं चाहता हूँ कि मैं भास्कर श्रीयन जी को फेलिसिटेट करूँ यहाँ। मैं कॉमरेड बोवाटे जी से आइए
Comrades, for these 2 days the current is available, that is because of Bhaskar. First day there was a power cut, and till today it is there, that is because of Bhaskar was saying, I will only do service, but I will never accept any gift. But we have forced on his hand now.
Hello. Actually, I beg pardon of Bombay unit that. मैं राणे एंड कदम, लेकिन अंदर इसके पीछे जो फोर्स था वो बॉम्बे यूनिट का था। हर जगह पर जहाँ जहाँ भी हमें मुसीबतें आती थी, मदद की ज़रूरत पड़ती थी, तो बॉम्बे यूनिट हमारे साथ में खड़ा था। और जिनका हमने फेलिसिटेट किया वो पहले दिन हमसे मिले भी थे और पूरी बात हुई थी। तो मैं फिर से एक बार उनका शुक्रिया अदा करना चाहता हूँ।
मुंबई यूनिट के तरफ से हर यूनिट को एक गिफ्ट देना है, तो उस यूनिट के जनरल सेक्रेटरी कलेक्ट कर लेंगे या कोई भी रिप्रेजेंटेटिव, यूनिट वाइज है, इज नॉट टू ऑल, यूनिट वाइज। अभी पहले ये कर लेना, पहले नाम बोलता है अहमदाबाद यूनिट, चलिए जाइए। अहमदाबाद यूनिट रेनॉल्ड, बड़ौदा यूनिट, मैं ऐसे ही बता रहा हूँ। अरे यार क्या है सर, बड़ौदा यूनिट, सूरत यूनिट, आ जाइए। राजकोट यूनिट, पहले आप लोग का हो जाए। फटाफट फटाफट, ए व्यास भाई, फिर लखनऊ वाला नवाब वाला मत कीजिए, आप चढ़िए, आप चढ़िए। पुणे यूनिट, सोलापुर यूनिट, गोवा यूनिट, रुपेश जी हैं क्या? आइए आइए रुपेश जी। रुपेश जी आइए। नागपुर यूनिट, छत्तीसगढ़ यूनिट, छत्तीसगढ़ यूनिट, राजस्थान यूनिट, अरे फिर राजस्थान के बाद दिल्ली यूनिट, दिल्ली यूनिट, नहीं है दिल्ली यूनिट, आइए, ओ आ गए। पंजाब यूनिट, मध्य प्रदेश, एमपी यूनिट, उत्तर प्रदेश, यूपी, केरलम, कर्नाटका, कर्नाटका, चेन्नई यूनिट, तेलंगाना, तेलंगाना यूनिट, आंध्र प्रदेश, आंध्र प्रदेश, none is from Andhra Pradesh. Northeastern region, NER, कोलकाता, जयदीप कहाँ गया? जयदीप कहाँ गया? चला गया? तो ऐसे ही तो खाए, ये तो हालत है। खैर अभी पता रखते हैं उसका। उड़ीसा, उड़ीसा यूनिट, उड़ीसा, बिहार, झारखंड, झारखंड यूनिट, केवल आंध्र प्रदेश यूनिट छूट गए हैं। और कोई यूनिट है? नहीं है, आंध्र प्रदेश केवल है। कॉमरेड श्रीनाथ, कॉमरेड श्रीनाथ, ये लोगो जो आप देख रहे हैं प्लैटिनम जुबली सेलिब्रेशन का ईयर का, ये कॉमरेड श्रीनाथ जी ने डिजाइन किया है। गिव ए बिग हैंड टू हिम। अभी रुकिए रुकिए, सोशल मीडिया टीम में कोई साथी हैं जिनको मोमेंटो और गिफ्ट नहीं मिला? मैं पूछ रहा हूं, सोशल मीडिया टीम में जितने लोग हैं, कोई साथी ऐसे हैं जिनको यूनिट के तरफ से नहीं आए और उनको मोमेंटो और बैग नहीं मिला? कोई है क्या? भेजिए भेजिए, जो है भेजिए। कौन है, कौन है सोशल मीडिया टीम में? मैं सोशल मीडिया टीम की बात कर रहा हूं। अरे है कि नहीं मुझे पता है। मैं पूछ रहा हूँ, कौन है? एक बैग उनको दे दीजिए। नवीन को भानुश्री का एक बैग, वो भी सोशल मीडिया पे एक बैग। नवीन जी आइए। भानुश्री भी हैं सोशल मीडिया टीम में, वो नहीं आ पाई हैं, तो मैं नवीन जी से रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा कि उनके बिहाफ पर ये रिसीव कर लें और उनको हैंड ओवर करें। फेडरेशन की अपनी सोशल मीडिया टीम और वही लोग पूरी कैंपेन चलाते हैं।
कॉमरेड्स, हम अभी समाप्ति की ओर बढ़ रहे हैं और समाप्त होने के पहले राष्ट्रगीत के लिए हम सब खड़े हो जाएंगे। राष्ट्रगीत शुरू करेंगे। राष्ट्रगीत शुरू कर।
जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता, पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल बंगा, विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा, तव शुभ नामे जागे, तव शुभ आशीष मांगे, गाहे तव जय गाथा, जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता, जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे।
जय फेडरेशन ऑफ बैंक ऑफ इंडिया, फेडरेशन ऑफ बैंक स्टाफ यूनियन जिंदाबाद, फेडरेशन ऑफ बैंक ऑफ इंडिया स्टाफ यूनियन जिंदाबाद, फेडरेशन ऑफ बैंक ऑफ इंडिया स्टाफ यूनियन जिंदाबाद। थैंक यू कॉमरेड्स। मीटिंग हमारी